Chapter 3077, Returning to the Sect. Chapter 3077, Returning to the Sect. Are the two of you hurrying on your way? Do you want a ride? Yi Yuan looked at the two great supremacies and said with a relaxed expression. Hegemon Samsara's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, forming an irreconcilable enmity with this progenitor isn't some wise move. Every day that you don't step into great beyond realm, it will be one day that you don't have the qualifications to challenge this ancestor." But the current hegemon Samsara was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. That pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It was just that powerhouses from all heavens were watching, and Yi Yuan kicked him in the face. It was very ugly. The Bloodstone also spoke up, saying angrily, "Yi Yuan brat, after returning this time, this progenitor will do my best to destroy Grand Brightjade complete heaven. You have to be prepared." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "Is this how you talk to your savior? With your tolerance, how will you guys rule the heavens?" Next to Yi Yuan, many people were all desperately holding in their laughter. Although Yi Yuan had suspicions of playing with fire and burning himself, looking at the two great supremacies getting deflated was still a very pleasant thing, especially that these two great supremacies were not on friendly terms. Hegemon Samsara stared at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, you think that you can hide from this progenitor's arcane eyes with your bit of cunning? You're still a bit too inexperienced to fight with this progenitor. You want to make the three of us tie each other down, so as to buy time to grow up. You counted your chickens before they hatched. Now you're the common enemy of the three of us. After this ancestor returns to my position, the first thing that I'm going to do is to kill you." Chaos Bloodstone also said, "Kid, you're already Emperor Sakura Heaven. Do you think that this progenitor will still give you time to grow up? You're probably thinking too much." With two great overlords being unanimous and actually wanting to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan, this made everyone quake in their boot. This was no joke. Although these two great supremacies struggled immensely in the Eternal River, it was precisely because of this that made their strength even more evident. At this time, the strength that these two great supremacies exhibited made them feel suffocated. This was true strength that was about to transcend the great beyond realm. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all, saying with a light smile, "You guys had better consider how to recover your strength first. If my guesses are right, the two of you are seriously injured this time, and your main bodies also have to enter the Eternal River. You'll definitely suffer great damage. Even at this time, when your Tao foundations will be damaged or not is hard to say, you actually still have spare time to come and threaten me. Once your Tao foundations suffer damage, no matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it will be impossible to transcend the great beyond too." Being exposed by Yi Yuan, the two great supremacies turned somewhat angry from embarrassment. Just as Yi Yuan said, the two of them were already struggling to save their own skin. How could they have the energy to come and deal with Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan scheming against the three great supremacies this time could be said to be extremely successful. "Alright, since the two of you have unmatched powers, you don't need this Yi. Then I'll be making a move first." Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and actually overtook the two great supremacies. In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan's speed of advancement was extremely fast, even faster than the two great supremacies. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling great admiration in their hearts. Posturing without leaving a trace, flicking his sleeves and leaving afterward. Yi Yuan was really too impressive. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hegemon Samsara's expression was very grim. Can't let this boy continue to grow up unchecked. This boy cultivates chaos. His destiny is heaven-defying. Once he breaks through to Hegemon realm, it will be difficult for you and me to deal with him as well," Samsara said in a solemn voice. "After going back this time, this ancestor will gather the blood race members across the heavens, and besiege grand bright jade complete heaven. I won't rest until I kill Yi Yuan. Really didn't expect that this boy would actually grow to such a level. If I had known it would come to this progenitor should have killed him back then at all costs. The Chaos Bloodstone's intestines were green with regret. Back then, if he did his utmost, killing a puny little Yi Yuan would naturally be like taking something out of his own pocket. But at that time, he had many misgivings, resulting in missing the opportunity. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was already Emperor Sakra Heaven? At present, although Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet, he could already sufficiently stand alone. After they recovered from their injuries and exited seclusion, no idea to what extent Yi Yuan would grow. Hegeman Samsara's gaze flickered and he said, "You don't have to regret it either. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. Don't you forget, before Hegeman realm, he still has a shocking great tribulation." The Chaos Bloodstone shuddered and he said, "You mean, the Hegeman Dao tribulation?" Hegeman Samsara nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is going against heaven. His strength can be rated as monstrous. His Hegeman Dao tribulation is bound to shock heaven and earth. If he makes it through this hurdle, you and I might not be able to do anything to him. But wanting to make it through this hurdle is easier said than done." The Chaos Bloodstone seemed a little excited as he said, "You're right. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have there been? But there has never been a divergent cultivator who could overcome the Hegeman Dao tribulation. Ha ha ha, brat, just you be smug. The faster you cultivate, the quicker you'll die too. However, this progenitor is still not giving him the chance to assault Hegeman realm. This progenitor will definitely be destroying Grand Bright Jade complete heaven." At Extreme Medicine Sect, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Mi Tian and Cloudmount, two people, stood on top of the mountain, straining their eyes and looking into the distance. Their hearts weighed down with worry. Over 20 years ago, Mi Tian already arrived in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. It was for the sake of learning about Yi Yuan's news at the first moment. Yi Yuan's departure was several decades long. To this day there was no news. Mi Tian was very worried. There's no news after so long. Could Yi Yuan? Cloudmount's eyes revealed sorrow. There was no news from the geniuses from all heavens. This was the worst news. This indicated that the Labyrinth Divine Palace was indeed fishy. Old Man Heavenless was not easy to get along with. Mi Tian was also laden with anxieties as he said, "Alas, I was too greedy. I knew long ago that this trip was incredibly dangerous. I should have stopped him back then." Cloudmount said, "Senior, you don't need to blame yourself. Don't you know what that boy is like? The things that he decided, even if the sky falls down and body can stop him too. Although this boy didn't say it, I know that him going to the Labyrinth Divine Palace, half of it is to search for chaos heavenly medicines for me." Mi Tian sighed and said, "This progenitor watched Heavenless that brat grow up. He's amazingly gifted. If we were to find another genius that can rival Yi Yuan in this world, then there's only Heavenless. Now, there's no news for several decades. Yi Yuan is probably fraught with grim possibilities." Although Mi Tian's strength could not compare to Heavenless, his seniority was even older than Heavenless. He and the Labyrinth Divine Palace's old palace master, there was a friends. Hi+P with complete mutual understanding. It was also precisely because of this that he knew about Heavenless' talent and scheming mind even more. Originally, he was the same as the powerhouses of all heavens, harboring a fluke mentality, thinking that Heavenless had already died in the eternal river. But looking at it now, they were too naive. Cloudmount choked as he said, "This bunch of old bones am really good for nothing. If my strength is still there, I'll definitely personally go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace to ensure his safety." But the two old men's tears shed in the Extreme Medicine Sect. And right at this time, a group of small black dots appeared on the horizon. Mi Tian's entire body trembled, seeing Yi Yuan, who was right at the front at one glance. Senior Mi Tian, Master Yi Yuan is back. The extreme medicine sect seethed with excitement. Chapter 3078. All Heavens Shocked. Chapter 3078. All Heavens Shocked. In the extreme medicine sect's great hall, it was silent. Mi Tian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they wanted to see through him. Hearing everything that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was like they were listening to a book from heaven. This Labyrinth Divine Palace trip actually concealed such a huge conspiracy. But in the end, the three great supremacies were scammed by Yi Yuan until they could not do anything about it. This scheme that swept up the entire 33 heavens, the biggest winner was actually Yi Yuan, this puny little Emperor Vast Heaven One. If they did not know Yi Yuan's character, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse, saying that Yi Yuan was making up stories. What made people even more overjoyed was that among the Grand Bright Jade complete heaven powerhouses that Yi Yuan brought, more than 40 hegemon realms were actually born. These people all broke through their realms when visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Although a large batch was refined and died, there were also more than 20,000 people who came back with Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses was suddenly replenished again. Yi Yuan brought them back safely. There was no greater merit. Kid, I really don't know what to say about you. After a long time, Mi Tian squeezed this sentence out. Having learned about the events that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Mi Tian's frame of mind was like it went on a roller coaster. Regarding Heavenless, not many people understood him better than him. Not only was this guy extremely powerful, but he was also even adept at scheming. He was an extremely troublesome character. Learning that he did not know, Mi Tian's heart could not help pounding. But who knew that he was actually completely eaten up by Yi Yuan? But Cloudmount said worriedly, Yi Yuan, this time, you've offended the three great supremacies at once. They will definitely view you as a thorn in the side. With our Grand Bright Jade complete heavens ACCU, mulations, we probably can't hold them off. Mi Tian frowned and said, this matter is indeed troublesome. But in the present situation, Yi Yuan is an arrow notched on the bow. No choice but to release it. Otherwise, if Heavenless that brat really refines the Chaos Heavenly Pill, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. How about this? This progenitor will migrate all of the 4 symbols true spirit clans to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Whatever they are going to do, this progenitor will receive it all. The moment these words came out, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest were all visibly moved. They did not expect that Mi Tian could actually go so far for Yi Yuan's sake. One had to know that the 4 symbols true spirit clans had already been in Void Shrine illuminating heaven for God knows how many years already. That place was their root. It was their home that was said down from generation to generation. Furthermore, Void Shrine illuminating heaven belonged to a higher level plane. The heaven and earth spiritual energy, origin comprehensions, all were much stronger than Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. But Mi Tian was actually going to migrate the 4 symbols true spirit clans over for Yi Yuan's sake. Cloudmount frowned and said, Senior Mi Tian, this is no joke. I know that you're powerful and your prestige in the Azure Dragon clan is extremely high. But, migration this sort of thing, the implications are too deep. You still have to think thrice. Mi Tian waved his hand and said, those 3 great supremacies are each harboring their own ulterior motives. No matter which one of the 3 of them transcends the great beyond in the end, it will be a cataclysmic disaster for us. Therefore, what does it matter where we are? Alright, my mind is made up. No need to urge anymore. Very soon, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's news spread out, and all the heavens were shocked. Except, the protagonist of everyone's discussion was Yi Yuan, this unknown Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Ancestor Heavenless actually didn't die. Luckily, I withstood the temptation and didn't go to the labyrinth divine palace. Otherwise, it would probably have been impossible to escape my doom this time. Who's Yi Yuan? This guy actually made the three great overlord hegemons suffer a loss? Why have I never heard of this name before? This boy actually just came out of Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. According to what I know, in Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven, Supreme Hegemons can already claim hegemony. There's also news that just came over. Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven also produced a genius called Yang Qing this time, suppressing all the geniuses from all heavens. And Yi Yuan is even more monstrous than this genius. He couldn't even be bothered to compete with his peers. When the geniuses from all heavens returned to their own factions, they naturally had to report to the top. And these news spread far and wide, sweeping across the entire 33 heavens very quickly. Yi Yuan's great reputation suddenly became known by all. Fiend race, ancestor Kong Nye was currently pacing back and forth, clearly angered badly. He pointed at Kong Tan's nose and cried out angrily, "You're great! Really excellent! You fool, you've lost your father's face across the entire 33 heavens this time. Are you satisfied? Amen?" Yi Yuan became famous across the 33 heavens. Kong Tan also became famous across the 33 heavens. It was just that it was about his notoriety. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip, the one who was the worst off was Kong Tan. Not only was he toyed like a monkey by Yi Yuan, but he was also even utterly played by Ancestor Heavenless and almost did not make it back. The fiend race hegemons that he brought over had also all died out, the losses very severe. When these news spread out, the fiend race had already become the laughingstock of all the heavens. Kong Tan's days were naturally difficult. Not just Kong Tan, even Kong Nye's old face had nowhere to put. In just these few days of work, there were already several old friends who ran over to congratulate him. Kong Tan knelt down with a thud and said in tears, "Progenitor, it's all because of that Yi Yuan. This child swears to definitely tear that punk's corpse to pieces, and restore the dignity of my fiend race." Kong Nye sneered and said, with just the likes of you? That Yi Yuan can refine the eternal river's chaos. His talent shakes you off by more than 10 streets. He doesn't even need to break through to Hegemon realm and can already abuse you to tears. How can a genius that can make even the 3 great overlord hegemons apprehensive be a mediocre person? Forget about Yi Yuan. Even compared to that Yang Qing, you're far worse too. Kong Tan was scolded by progenitor Kong Nye until he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too little regard for his face. Kong Nye saw that he was unconvinced and said with a cold smile, "Put away that pitiful pride of yours. From now on, don't think about becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. You are not his match. Also, scram back to the clan and enter close seclusion for this progenitor. The 33 heavens are going to fall into turmoil right away. If this progenitor doesn't let you exit seclusion, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the clan ground." At Jotian Emperor Palace, inside a region of SPAC, Ancestor Endless Aura was feeble. Clearly, he was badly injured. By relying on his incredible cultivation, he rushed out of the Eternal River. However, he was refined into serious injuries by Heavenless to begin with. Being severely wounded by the Eternal River as well, he was currently almost dead. Next to him, Zhou Xianchen revealed a look of worry. "Ancestor, are you okay?" Ancestor Endless shook his head slightly and said, "Won't die, but not far from death either." Zhou Xianchen said, "Ancestor, rest assured. This child will definitely refine a chaos heavenly hill and help you recover your strength." Ancestor Endless smiled bitterly and said, "You are still a bit lacking. Even if there's chaos heavenly medicines for you, you'll be squandering good stuff too." Zhou Xianchen did not argue anything. He knew that Ancestor was telling the truth. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, Old Man Heavenless is indeed still Old Man Heavenless. This time, it's really a double loss. But fortunately, you broke through to Hegemon Realm too, and you became a Chaos Heavenly Master. Your potential is greater than your father's. You have hope of succeeding this ancestor's mantle in the future. Remember, have more dealings with Yi Yuan in the future. This boy's future accomplishments are limitless. Chapter 3079. Laying Out the Future. Chapter 3079. Laying Out the Future. Birds cry plaintively before they die, men speak kindly in the presence of death. Ancestor Endless was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have defended the Zhou family's supreme position for hundreds of thousands of years. But this time, he was really injured. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, he hurt his Tao foundation. There was no more hope of transcending the great beyond in this lifetime. Therefore, he needed to arrange for the Zhou family's future. In the Zhou family, only Zhou Xianxin's talent was the most significant. He was naturally the focus of heavy grooming. Ancestor, you can definitely recover your strength. Our Zhou family won't fall. Zhou Xianxin said in tears. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, I'm clear about my situation. This time, after almost being refined by Old Man Heavenless and also sustaining heavy wounds in the Eternal River's chaos, my Tao foundation is already ruined. Even if I recover, my strength can't recover to the peak anymore either. In fact, I can't even maintain Great Beyond Realm anymore too. It's all the influence of greed. Xianxin, in the future, you have to remember this ancestor's lesson. Zhou Xianxin knelt down and said, This child will bear it in mind. Ancestor Endless nodded his head and continued, Xianxin, you've already entered Hegemon Realm. This ancestor no longer has anything to teach you. Your cultivation realm in the future will depend on your fortunes. Now, this ancestor will give you a mission. You must complete it. Seeing Ancestor Endless say it solemnly, Zhou Xianxin's expression turned somber, and he said solemnly, Ancestor, please instruct. Even if I lay down my life, Xianxin will complete it too. Ancestor Endless said, Tomorrow, you lead half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces, and go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to cast your lot with Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianxin's entire body trembled, and he cried out in shock, What? This? How can we do this? This order surprised Zhou Xianxin too much. He did not expect his ancestor to actually make such a shocking move. Half of the Zhou family's forces, that was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. This strength was sufficient to sweep across Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. One had to know that Zhoutian Emperor Palace had 3 supreme hegemons, 7 to 8 peak hegemons, and even more ordinary hegemons. And this was also where the Zhou family's foundation lay. Now, he was actually going to make half of the forces go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This was a huge gamble. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, This ancestor knows what you want to say, but right now, the 33 Heavens situation is already very clear. It's time to pick a side. Indeed, under those 3 old monsters' powerful strength, the current Yi Yuan is still not considered much. But, once he can break the shackles and break through to Hegemon Realm, even if it's those 3 old monsters, they will tremble too. Zhou Xianxin said in confusion, I know that Yi Yuan's talent is unprecedented throughout the ages, but he's a divergent cultivator after all. Although he has already broken through to Emperor Sakra Heaven, he's still far away from the 3 great ancestors' realm, no? The look in Ancestor Endless' eyes revealed a wise light, and he said with a nod, I don't understand this Yi Yuan, but I understand Old Man Heavenless. Someone that can make him afraid is absolutely worth us casting our lots. Doesn't Old Man Heavenless know that he's a divergent cultivator? But why is he still afraid of Yi Yuan? There weren't divergent cultivators who broke through to Hegemon Realm in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future, understand? Zhou Xianxin was shocked in his heart and nodded solemnly. He did not expect Ancestor to actually evaluate Yi Yuan from this angle. Who was Ancestor Heavenless? That was humanity's #1 major power, the strongest genius since ancient times. He was afraid, which meant that Yi Yuan had hope of breaking through to Hegemon realm. The next day, Zhoutian Emperor Palace brought half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces, shattering the void and leaving. Half of this force was not just Hegemon realm. There were also the powerhouses under Hegemon realm, and the number reached tens of thousands of people. These were all the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's elite forces. This matter caused a great sensation in Abyss Pa's Origin Grotto Heaven. Regarding Ancestor Endless decision, the other three great factions all turned their noses up in disdain. In the Eternal River's branch stream, the Zhou family's ancestor said with a snicker, Her, Ancestor Eternal River suffered too great a stimulus this time. He actually made such a stupid move. He actually bet all of the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's treasures on a divergent cultivator. It's also an action that can't be helped. Old Man Heavenless is about to see the light of day again. He has already offended Old Man Heavenless badly. It's naturally impossible to seek refuge with him anymore, Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Ancestor said coolly. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered finished. However, we've also reached the point of taking sides. When Ancestor Heavenless returns, he probably won't allow us to refuse. Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion's ancestor let out a sigh and said. The moment he said so, the other two people both fell silent. On Heavenly Dragon Island, Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the people in charge of the four symbols family clans were all present. I object. Progenitor, I know that Yi Yuan saved your life, but you can't use our entire clan's lives to joke about too. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is where our foundation lies. But now, you want to go to a low-level plane. How will the entire clan view you? When Mi Tian explained his intentions, his own supporter, Long Jian, was actually the first to jump out and oppose it. The other three clans' leaders also all had tightly furrowed brows, rather unhappy. The Dragon Clan was the Dragon Clan. In terms of bloodline and ability, their three clans were not the slightest bit worse than the Dragon Clan. Now, Progenitor Mi Tian actually made the decision for them. Progenitor Mi Tian, this is also too ridiculous, right? This time, although you saved our three clans, you also can't make our three clans bet all of our lives because of this, right? Luan Xinghe said unhappily. Want to go? Your Dragon Clan can go yourself. Our White Tiger Clan absolutely won't leave Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Unless Progenitor Mi Tian, you annihilate our clan. Baiji did not give the slightest bit of face and outrightly refused. Xian Taiqing said coolly, Progenitor, wanting to make us migrate, shouldn't you convince Long Jian they all first? You all can't even get your people on board. What right do you have to make us migrate? Progenitor Mi Tian smiled and said, I presume you all have also heard about the Labyrinth Divine Palace's matter. Now, the scheme has already gradually become clear. That's right. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is indeed where our foundation lies. But can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Once the Blood Race army arrives, do you all really think that just based on us four clans, we'll be able to defend Void Shrine illuminating heaven? Back then, during the Labyrinth Divine Palace upheaval, Heavenless that brat only temporarily didn't storm Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of this progenitor's face. If the Labyrinth Divine Palace's army really comes, can you all stop them? Everyone's expressions changed. These words were not false. Progenitor Mi Tian and Ancestor Heavenless Master were on very close terms. Ancestor Heavenless only did not make a move against Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of his face. But later, Hegemon Samsara took action. Apart from the dragon race, the other three races joined the battle too. It was impossible for Ancestor Heavenless not to remember the enmity. no matter what, making our 4 clans migrate for a divergent cultivator who's destined to never break through to hegemon, this is also too preposterous. Progenitor, pardon us for not complying with the order, Baiji said in a solemn voice. But at this time, a figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Mi Tian and said coldly, Mi Tian, are you crazy? For you on that boy, you actually want to make the entire dragon clan be buried in death? If you want to migrate, sure. You and I have a fight. You can talk again after killing me. Chapter 3080, 100 Claws Scratching the Heart. Chapter 3080, 100 Claws Scratching the Heart. Mi Tian looked at the arrival and just smiled. He was not surprised about Mi Zhen's appearance. Mi Zhen was extremely cold-blooded and also extremely conceited. But his feelings toward the Dragon Clan were not falsified. Although his methods previously made people despise him, his goal was indeed to make the dragon race stronger. He had his blood essence extracted by blood too, his Tao foundation ruined. He would not be able to advance any longer in this lifetime. But, hearing that Mi Tian was going to migrate the Dragon Clan, he still appeared. Progenitor, although I hate Mi Zhen very much, this time I agree with him. Our Dragon Clan can't migrate. Long Jian said straightforwardly. The conversation seemed to be over already. However, not only was Mi Tian not worried, he smiled even happier instead. Got to admit, Yi Yuan this boy foresees with divine accuracy. So before coming here, he made me bring this. Finished saying, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, and they instantly disappeared. They were standing from G.O.D's point of view, looking down on all life. Heaven volume. This feeling was magical to the extreme. Where is this? This feeling makes every pore of mine open up. My G.O.D. I became heavenly Tao? I feel like I'm controlling everything now. What a magical feeling! What a wonderful experience! Progenitor Mi Tian, what did you do to us? Big brother, I feel that I have hope of recovering my strength. Could this be the legendary heaven volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Mi Zhen's experience and knowledge were naturally not what others could compare to. This incomparably wonderful feeling, he thought of the heaven volume right away. But, the moment he said it, the others were even more shocked. This is actually the heaven volume. No wonder Ancestor Heavenless could reach that kind of terrifying realm. With this thing, I won't be worse than him either. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Progenitor Mi Tian, why would you have such a thing? Can you keep on letting me comprehend like this? I'm willing to pay any price. I'm willing to. Big brother, have you had a change of heart and specifically let me gain enlightenment on the heaven volume? I'll definitely repent in earnest and reform my former faults. Mi Zhen cried bitterly and said, Who's H? Plus in a twinkle, everyone returned from heaven to the mortal world. The few people exchanged glances, an immense sense of loss on their faces. That sort of experience just now was really too amazing. Reaching their level of boundary, even the slightest improvement in cultivation, was harder than ascending to heaven. But, with the heaven volume, they were confident that they could break through to great beyond realm. Mi Tian looked at everyone rather interestedly. Seeing the reaction on their faces, he knew that it was done. These people could not resist the temptation of the heaven volume at all. Progenitor Mi Tian, why are we back? This bit of time is too short. Baizhou was the first to speak up. Clearly, he was already deeply drawn by that miraculous feeling. Yeah, progenitor, you're deliberately whetting our appetite. One Tez. Give us some more time and I feel that I can break through to great beyond realm already. Xian Taiqing said impatiently. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, let me comprehend a while more. Although I'm unable to make any more breakthroughs, this heaven volume can restore my cultivation realm. Among these people, the most anxious was Mi Zhen. His Tao foundation was ruined. Currently, his strength was merely equivalent to the weakest hegemon realm. Putting it bluntly, he was a piece of trash. To the current him who was in a prominent position in the past, this kind of temptation was too great. However, Mi Tian just shrugged and said with a smile, "Sorry, Yi Yuan only injected this much chaos divine essence into the heaven volume. The effects of the heaven volume can only be maintained for so long too." The few people's faces turned black, instantly understanding what progenitor Mi Tian wanted to do. Terrific lad, he was preparing for this. This old thing was really cunning, throwing out such a huge bait at them. Turns out that it was to make them agree to the migration. Dream on. But that kind of feeling just now was really very marvelous. Great beyond realm had already blocked them for countless years. This step was as difficult as ascending to heaven, but with the heaven volume it was completely different. The few of them were all top geniuses of all races. As long as they immersed in that feeling just now for a while more, they believed that they would definitely be able to break through. Progenitor Mi Tian, other things can be discussed, but this great migration is absolutely impossible. Other than this, I'm willing to pay any price, as long as you can lend me the heaven volume. I guarantee that as long as I break through to great beyond realm, I'll immediately return it. Baizhi said. Mi Tian's face still had a faint smile hanging as he shook his head and said, "Even if I lend you the heaven volume, it will likely be very hard for you to break through to great beyond realm too. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are activated using chaos divine essence. Only then can it unleash the greatest effect. Otherwise, with the labyrinth divine palace having so many geniuses, why did it only give birth to 12 great beyond realms?" The moment this was said, everyone became indignant. Baizhi snorted coldly and said, "Progenitor Mi Tian, if you're not lending, so be it. Is it interesting to deceive us with these words?" Mi Tian smiled and directly threw the heaven volume over. Baizhi's face was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously injected his divine essence into it. Whose H. Plus sure enough, his perspective underwent a change again. But, compared to that marvelous feeling just now, the feeling this time was too vague. Just like the feeling earlier was clear GLA.SS. But the feeling now was frosted GLA.SS. With that experience previously, the experience now became extremely trash. He was not some rookie and immediately determined that Mi Tian was not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If his cultivation realm was very low, this heaven volume would be a priceless treasure to him. But, reaching his cultivation realm, this kind of vague experience was unable to rapidly improve his strength and help him reach great beyond realm. Otherwise, everyone would have been able to break through to great beyond realm. Returning to reality, Baizhi's face was stunned for a while, and he muttered, "This? How can this be?" When the others saw Baizhi's expression, they immediately understood it. How vicious! Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, this one old and one young, 2 foxes, really schemed against them badly. If it was just throwing out the heaven volume, they would not have been moved either. But, with that experience earlier, it was like getting addicted to drugs, unable to stop even if they wanted to. The temptation of great beyond realm was really too great. Supreme hegemon and great beyond realm, although they were the same cultivation realm, it was worlds apart. Mi Tian saw the few people feeling like 100 claws were scratching their hearts, and he said with a smile, "Yi Yuan said that in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, the heaven volume can be used without limit. He'll provide sufficient chaos divine essence to help everyone increase their strength. The heaven volume is the general outline of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the most important volume. With it, with your talents, reaching great beyond realm is indeed not hard. But, without chaos divine essence, it's similarly immensely difficult for you all to want to break through to great beyond realm. You guys also know that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is going to face enemies very soon. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to take the time to come to Void Shrine illuminating heaven and help you all gain enlightenment. Finished saying, Mi Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile like he had swayed everyone on his face, awaiting everyone's decision. Chapter 3081. Chaos Origin Formation. Chapter 3081. Chaos Origin Formation. The Great Migration started. This Great Migration shook the entire 33 heavens. Old man Mi Tian, is he nuts? For the sake of a divergent cultivator, he actually gave up on the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven? The 4 great true spirit clans, that's the 33 heavens top faction. Back then, in their prime, the 4 symbols families all had great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort. Didn't expect that they actually fell to such a point now. Those innate chaos true spirits were born in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans' bloodlines are also most suitable for Void Shrine illuminating heaven. They actually gave up on their land of foundation and ran to Grand Brightjade complete heaven, that sort of low-level plane. It will definitely be incredibly difficult for their clansmen to want to break through. Just wait to see the joke. The entire dragon clan migrating, their clansmen will definitely have a lot of resentment. When they arrive at Grand Brightjade complete heaven, this kind of team won't have combat power at all. Oh right, there's also the Nirvanic Soul Clan and Jotian Emperor Palace. Ancestor Endless is considered to have stumbled this time. The Nirvanic Soul Clan actually completely broke away from the Chi Soul Clan this time, and they cast their lots with Grand Brightjade complete heaven. Imperishable, that old ghost has also lost his mind. The hegemon realms from the various major factions in all heavens were all discussing this great migration. Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already known to all. But, whether or not he could prop up the future, everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, this was the world of the strong, not the world of geniuses. The 3 great supremacies were too strong. They were the closest people to transcending the great beyond in the 33 heavens. Geniuses only had hope of becoming a powerhouse. They were not genuine powerhouses. If they did not grow up for one day, they were still just rookies. That was all. Although the 3 great supremacies suffered severe injuries, they all had powerful factions behind them. Especially the blood race's progenitor. He created an extremely powerful race. No one knew how strong this race was at all. This was because everyone understood that what they saw was merely just the tip of the iceberg. However, the reality was different from what everyone imagined. The self-slapping law was manifested to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on the 4 great true spirit clans' powerhouses. One in Extreme Light Pavilion's S.P. A.C. Extreme Medicine Sect. At this time, Baiji was currently following behind Yi Yuan subserviently in a very anxious manner. It was a huge array formation in front of him. Yi Yuan was currently pacing back and forth, thinking deeply. Younger brother Yi, can this really work? Drawing the eternal river's chaos to a major world, this is unheard of. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this array formation was actually already conceived by me when I was comprehending chaos. It's just that at that time, my formation Tao was not perfected yet. That's why I didn't take action all along. Now, my formation Tao has entered origin. My cultivation realm has also entered Emperor Sakra Heaven. There's still some certainty of succeeding. Baiji felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, then that's good. That's good. Younger brother Yi, you have to hurry up. Time waits for no one. Who knows when the blood race will come to attack Grand Brightjade complete heaven? Senior, rest assured. I'm even more anxious than you all. But, the more urgent it is, the slower it has to be done, no? Otherwise, what's delayed is everyone's cultivation realm, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Baiji nodded like a rattle drum and praised repeatedly, right. Younger brother Ye's composure is really outstanding. The intention of the drunkard lies not in the wine, having an ulterior motive. Yi Yuan naturally understood that Bai Ji was anxious to cultivate the heaven volume. When in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Mi Tian tossed out a heavyweight bomb. That was, Yi Yuan would set up an array formation and provide a steady flow of chaos divine essence, and let everyone be able to comprehend the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Originally, Bai Ji and the rest were still worried about how to convince their clansmen. But with this, nothing was a problem anymore. An body could resist the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Yi Yuan comprehended chaos in the eternal river and recultivated his cultivation method. He no longer needed to enter the eternal river to comprehend anything anymore. However, he needed a steady flow of eternal river chaos to cultivate. It was just that. Going to the eternal river each time was too troublesome. Hence, that was why he thought of this idea. Entering the labyrinth divine palace this time, Yi Yuan comprehended formation Tao origin and witnessed the power of the number 1 great formation in all the heavens. It had a huge inspiration to him. He was currently using the most basic 9 array elements to construct this grand array. Yi Yuan called this grand array as Chaos Origin Formation. He would also set up a subarray in the Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's Eternal River Chaos. Then it would be like a channel, drawing the eternal river's chaos over. And for the Extreme Light Pavilion's main formation, Yi Yuan even integrated his Chaos Divine Essence, converting the eternal river's chaos that was drawn over into Chaos Divine Essence. Then it pumped the Chaos Divine Essence into the 12 heavenly Tao paintings for everyone to cultivate. This was Yi Yuan's idea. It sounded fantastical, but to Yi Yuan, it was not considered a very difficult array formation. Putting it bluntly, this was a high-level transmission array. It was just that this transmission array was a little too difficult. Ordinary formation path masters could not set up this kind of array formation at all. In this world, only Yi Yuan alone could set up this array formation, because what he gained enlightenment on was Chaos Divine Essence. Furthermore, this eternal river's chaos could only be completed using those 9 array elements too. Ordinary formation path methods could not withstand the weight of the eternal river at all. The more the array elements, the looser the array formation would be. Using the fundamental 9 array elements to set up the array formation was the most stable. Half a year later, only to hear a loud bang. A gap directly opened up in the Extreme Light Pavilion's S.P.A.C. The eternal river's chaos flooded like raging floodwaters. After the eternal river's chaos entered, it was directly absorbed by the Chaos Origin Formation, returning to tranquility. This feeling was like a headwater channel. Mi Zhen, Long Jian, Bai Ji, Zhuo Bufan, and the rest trembled all over when they saw the situation. Zhuo Bufan said with an emotional sigh, drawing the eternal river's chaos into the mortal world, "This scene is really spectacular. Yi Yuan, this boy, is really unbelievably strong." While Mi Zhen was incomparably excited as he said agitatedly, "I can finally recover my strength. Ha ha. In the future, this grand bright jade complete heaven will be my home." Long Jian and the others were similarly extremely excited. This was because they finally had the hope of stepping to great beyond realm. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Mi Zhen was the first to go up and greet him, saying agitatedly, "Yi Yuan, how is it? Can it work?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The Chaos Origin Formation is very successful. These eternal river chaos are currently being converted to Chaos Divine Essence in an endless stream. I've set up several hundred miniature array formations in the Extreme Light Pavilion. When you guys enter the rooms, you'll be able to gain enlightenment on the Heavenly Tao painting. Are the geniuses that your various races picked ready?" Long Jian said, "It's long done. Just waiting for you. Those little B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. are all already impatient from waiting. Haha, Yi Yuan brat, if I, this old dragon, can step into great beyond realm this time, If you say to head east in the future, I definitely won't go west. We're all one family. No need to be courteous. However, Mijin, I'm still a little worried about letting you recover your strength. While talking, Yi Yuan looked at Mijin. The latter only felt a chill run down his back, and he hurriedly said, Don't, Yi Yuan. I've already turned over a new leaf. I'll swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. As long as I recover my strength, I'm willing to be your henchman for 100,000 years. I'm willing to do whatever you make me do. Chapter 3082, Blood Race Attacks. Chapter 3082, Blood Race Attacks. I say, you guys, has Ancestor gone crazy? He made Zhou Xianqin bring all the sex elites away. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered thoroughly finished. From now on, there are only 3 forces left in our Abyss Pass. Origin Grotto Heaven. Sigh, we all don't even have the qualifications to be brought away. Speaking of which, it's really heartbreaking. Heh, you want to go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? That kind of low-level plane, what can you do after you go? Not a single soul around. The present Zhoutian Emperor Palace seemed somewhat withered. Although there were still half the people, these people could be said to all have been abandoned. They gathered together in 2s and 3s, and were chatting about the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's rise and fall. 3 years had said, and the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's decline was visible to the naked eye. If not for the fact that there were still supreme hegemons holding down the fort in the sect, the Zhoutian Emperor Palace would have long dispersed. Regarding Ancestor Endless Decision, they all felt that it was very absurd. But at this time, someone laughed coldly. A bunch of idiots. Everyone's expressions changed, and someone scolded angrily, Zhou Ming, although you're of the Zhou family's bloodline, you're a good-for-nothing. You can't even break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven in this lifetime. What qualifications do you have to mock us here? The Zhou family was the most ill. Trius in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. However, the family clan was too big. There were always some people who were in a melancholic state of mind. Resources were always grasped in the hands of the minority. This Zhou Ming was also of the Zhou family's bloodline. But unfortunately, his apartment was too poor. He had already been stuck at peak Emperor Vast Heaven for many years. He exhausted all kinds of methods, and could not break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven too. Being scolded a good-for-nothing, Zhou Ming was indifferent and said with a sneer, You all still don't know yet, right? That Yi Yuan can let everyone comprehend the Heaven volume. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has already given birth to a number of hegemon realm powerhouses. Zhou Xianyu, Lin Qing, and more than 10 people have all already stepped into hegemon realm. News came over from there. In these 3 years, the hegemon realms that broke through in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have reached 200. Now, some of the hegemon realms remaining in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace can't sit still anymore. The moment these words came out, it directly stunned everyone. Zhou Ming was of the Zhou family's bloodline. His information channels were much more than them. They thought that half of the Emperor Palace's elites all went to the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to court death. Who knew that such a shocking reversal actually happened? In a short 3 years, a plane actually gave birth to 200 hegemon realm powerhouses. This number was too terrifying. But after the shock, there was endless mockery because they did not believe it at all. What? Those 2 martial uncles have been stuck in Origin Realm for 10,000 years. They just went for 3 years and broke through? Zhou Ming, do you take us all to be fools? You're using this sort of words to scare us? Yeah. Zhou Ming, come up with a draft before boasting. 200 hegemon realm experts? Do you think that they are cabbages? Zhou Ming said disdainfully, Although I'm a good-for-nothing, I'm more well-informed than you guys. Do you all know what the Heaven volume is? 12 heavenly Tao paintings. That's something that even the 3 great supremacies are moved by. ancestor also returned with serious injuries because of it. With this sharp tool, what does helping some powerhouses who are stuck in Origin Realm to break through the fetters count as? It's just that these 12 Heavenly Tao paintings didn't unleash such a terrifying effect in Ancestor Heavenless hands too. This Yi Yuan is really remarkable. Seeing Zhou Ming saying it with certainty, everyone believed it a little more. Someone asked, "Is what you said true?" Zhou Ming smiled coldly and said, "This matter isn't some secret. The true spirit race's great migration is also for this priceless treasure. The news naturally can't be hidden. I even heard that the 4 symbols true spirit clans gave birth to dozens of hegemon realms in these 3 years. Furthermore, several ancestor-level powerhouses are already almost breaking through to Great Beyond Realm. You all think that the Zhoutian Emperor Palace is hopeless? You all think that those people went to court death? They are the true winners." With this, everyone was stupefied. They knew about the Great Migration, but their information was indeed not well informed enough. Previously, they still found it odd. Was the true spirit race all morons? To actually migrate to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. But now they finally understood it. Turns out that it was actually because of this. In that case, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace actually made the right bet? Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "This is hard to say. If they can withstand the blood race progenitor's wrath, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace will be humanity's number 2 powerful sect in the future. Ancestor's decision is indeed not what the likes of us can see through." Before this, everyone had endless criticisms of Ancestor Endless decision. But no one dared to question it. But, hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Hegemon realms were too important to a faction. In reality, Ancestor Endless himself was also very shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually came up with a chaos origin formation and could let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not pay special regard to the Zhoutian Emperor Palace too. Regarding the elites that he sent, they entered the Extreme Light Pavilion after going through a screening. And these people all broke through. This was simply a huge pleasant surprise. When Zhou Ming got this news, it was also intentionally leaked by the upper levels. It was for the sake of boosting confidence. Everyone was currently digesting this news when suddenly, the color of the sky changed. A blood-red light instantly shrouded the sky, blazing like the resplendent sunset. This blood-redness gave everyone an extremely foreboding feeling. Amen? What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn red? I seem to smell a thick bloody scent. Zhou Ming suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said, "Not good. It's the blood race. The blood race is here to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace." Before his voice faded, it was only to see countless figures in the horizon currently flying towards the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. That thick bloody energy surrounded the blood race army, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Before they approached, everyone felt an apocalyptic-like fear. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses clearly felt the powerful auras, flying out of the Emperor Palace one by one, and looked at the arriving enemies. Ancestor Endless Sun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's master, Zhou Tianyu, appeared in front of everyone very soon. Only when everyone saw him did they calm down slightly. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples all knew that this was the number 1 person under Great Beyond. A powerhouse with half a foot stepped into Great Beyond. It was just that. There was unprecedented solemnness on Zhou Tianyu's face. Very soon, an elderly figure appeared beside Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice, "Isn't the blood race's progenitor going to attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? Why would they come to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace?" Ancestor Endless was silent for a long time before sighing heavily and said, "Most likely they are not just here to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace. The blood race is probably going to start a war with all the heavens at the same time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." The blood race is actually already powerful to such an extent. The present blood race is likely even 100 times stronger than the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Looks like everyone has underestimated the blood race progenitor. Chapter 3083. All the Heavens Catastrophe. Chapter 3083. All the Heavens Catastrophe. Who comes? Could it be that you're bullying my Zhoutian Emperor Palace for not having anyone? Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice to the blood race army that was galloping over at full speed. Seeing the blood race's powerful lineup, Zhou Tianyu was secretly alarmed. This blood race army actually had close to 100 hegemon realm powerhouses. The one leading was even an apex supreme hegemon. Just in terms of aura, he was not beneath him. However, no one answered him. Boom! The blood race army arrived with a howl. The slaughter directly started. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples did not expect that the blood race was actually so straightforward. For a moment, they were also caught off guard. And Zhou Tianyu also faced off against that blood race supreme hegemon. Upon exchanging blows, he felt the other party's strength. Humph! Do you really think that this seat is scared of you? Zhou Tianyu saw that the other party completely could not be reasoned with and was also genuinely enraged. It was only to see him release his origin, his strength shocking heaven and earth. That blood race leader opposite was actually suppressed for some time too. By the side, Ancestor Endless did not move. Hearing the miserable cries of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples, his expression became more and more solemn. The blood race army's objective was not to occupy Zhoutian Emperor Palace at all. Their objective was to kill. The blood race powerhouses completely disregarded casualties. There were never survivors under their hands either. Either you die or I perish. H+A will that looked death calmly in the face, coupled with the powerful ability to revive endlessly, made the blood race's combat power go off the charts. While the present Zhoutian Emperor Palace was only left with some stragglers and disbanded soldiers, how could they be the other party's match? However, these bloodkins seemed to have automatically overlooked Ancestor Endless. Ancestor Endless' expression turned slightly dark, and he stared at a region of void and said coldly, "Come on out. You're still showing your tail but hiding your face in front of this seat?" The void trembled slightly. A figure appeared. He held a tiny blood-colored pearl in his bead. Only to see him toss lightly, the blood bead directly flew towards the sky and suspended above the sky of the battlefield. One wisp of blood energy after another was currently converging towards the blood bead. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Endless' pupils constricted. When the other party saw Ancestor Endless, he smiled and said, "A half-dead great beyond realm, I haven't taken you seriously yet. The reason why I didn't appear is just that I was preparing the blood ward bead. That's all." Ancestor Endless was incredibly shocked in his heart. This bloodkin opposite was clearly not the Chaos Bloodstone. But the other party was a true blue great beyond powerhouse. He could tell from the other party's eyes that he did not take him seriously at all. The moment this person appeared, dismay immediately welled up in Zhou Tianyu's heart. If there was no great beyond powerhouse, they still had a glimmer of hope. But now, he was in despair. Ancestor Endless snorted coldly and said, "Half dead? This ancestor will let you see that the dignity of a great beyond powerhouse can't be blasphemed." Boom! Ancestor Endless stomped his feet. The door of eternal life slowly opened up behind him. An extremely powerful saint force flowed out of the door of eternal life. But his opponent still did not care because opening the door of eternal life was tantamount to resorting to the last resort. This was merely Ancestor Endless' last struggle. With great beyond battle starting, the BLOODY smell on the battlefield grew thicker and thicker. That blood ward bead seemed to be extremely happy, absorbing that surging blood energy. Furthermore, this blood ward bead seemed like it would never be full and would not grow larger too. Half a day later, Ancestor Endless slowly collapsed, endless reluctance and nostalgia in his gaze. This great beyond powerhouse who commanded 2 eras had fallen. Father! Zhou Tianyu's voice carried the fury of despair. But he himself was already an arrow at the end of its flight too. Zhou Tianyu was very strong, but he was currently being besieged by more than 10 hegemons and already could not hold on anymore. Ancestor Endless collapse became the last strand of straw that crushed him. Bang! 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 Several powerful origin attacks landed on his body. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Zhou Tianyu's mouth, and he was slammed onto the ground, looking like he was not going to make it. On the battlefield, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples were in 2s and 3s and could no longer form large groups. At Zhoutian Emperor Palace, corpses scattered everywhere. The blood ward bead was still greedily absorbing blood energy. The Zhoutian Emperor Palace, humanity's top major faction, collapsed with a loud bang. That supreme hegemon said with a bow, Lord Iyun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already been completely destroyed. There are no survivors. Iyun nodded slightly and said, clean up the battlefield. Let the blood ward bead absorb sufficient blood energy. Progenitor coming into being this time, there can't be any mistakes. Yes. Similar scenes were playing out in all heavens. The blood race came soaring into existence, shocking the entire 33 heavens. Everyone knew that the blood race was strong but did not know that the blood race was actually so strong. Overnight, a large number of great beyond realm mighty experts suddenly appeared in the blood race. Furthermore, their numbers were abundant until it terrified people. They actually waged war across the 33 heavens simultaneously. Some low-level planes even completely fell into enemy hands within a month. This was a catastrophe. This time, the blood race would not talk any rubbish at all. What they brought was an endless slaughter. The blood race did not accept surrender, only death. Powerhouses in all heavens fell into a great panic all at once. For some time, the casualties were beyond count. Before this, everyone knew that the blood race had returned. But no one expected that it would cause such severe consequences. At Thundercry Continent, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Yiyuan looked at the corpses all over the ground, his brows tightly knitted. They really think highly of me. In order to kill me, they actually sent 5 great beyond powerhouses. Yiyuan said with a cold smile. By the side, Mi Tian sighed and said, we all underestimated the blood race. I really didn't expect that in these several 100,000 years, the blood race actually accu mulat such a terrifying force. Yiyuan shook his head and said, this force should have only appeared recently. There are many blood race hegemon realms, but wanting to break through to great beyond realm is absolutely no easy task. If my conjectures are right, the Chaos Bloodstone should have obtained the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. That's how they created so many great beyond powerhouses. Mi Tian was shocked in his heart, and only then he came to realize the truth. The Chaos Bloodstone schemed for a long time, acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. Back then, Yiyuan already said that even though his strength increased by so much, there was no reason that the Chaos Bloodstone would not be strong. It was just that they did not expect that what came was actually so terrifying. Mi Tian frowned and said, the current situation isn't optimistic. Several low-level planes, such as Yuan Ming Wenju Heaven and Xianming Gongqing Heaven, have already completely fallen into enemy hand. Those planes already became the brutal battlefield of the blood race. According to what I know, the situation of the human race's 3 supreme heavens isn't optimistic either. Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already, when he received the news, Zhou Xianxin directly pious set out. He locked himself in and only came out 3 days later. Then, he brought Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses and fought dauntlessly in BLOODY battles with the blood race. Different from other heavens, the blood race encountered stubborn resistance in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. In this 1 month, the army that Mi Tian and Yi Yuan led had already repelled the Blood Race's frenzied attacks 4 times. In order to kill Yi Yuan, the Blood Race even sent 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses over. It was just that sadly, the Chaos Bloodstone had times where he miscalculated too. Long Jian, Bai Ji, Luan Qinghe, Xian Taiqing, 4 people, broke through to Great Beyond Realm in succession. Joining hands with Mi Tian and Mi Zhen, 2 great apex powerhouses, they actually forcibly killed 4 out of the 5 mighty Great Beyond Realms. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven virtually became the only place in the entire 33 heavens where results bore fruit. Chapter 3084, Jinx. Chapter 3084, Jinx. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of these blood dogs until not even a fragment of armor remains. Zhou Xianxin casually squashed a Blood Race Emperor Sakra Heaven, both eyes blood-red. In the past few days, he was extremely fierce, suddenly incarnating into a G.O.D. of killing, making his opponents feel a chill. Just yesterday, Zhou Xianxin even personally killed a Blood Race hegemon. Having comprehended the heaven volume, Zhou Xianxin's strength advanced by leaps and bounds again, and he was already not far from peak hegemon. He relied on his powerful strength and kept charging at the front lines in the war with the Blood Race, with no fear of death. He did not care about some scars at all. The Blood Race was bloodthirsty. He was similarly full of killing intent. Father, ancestor, and also many brothers and sisters were all wiped out. This blood feud made him dare not relax in the least bit. Having blocked 4 rounds of attacks in succession, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven began to counterattack. The Blood Race army was being suppressed crazily and had already retreated to the vicinity of the boundary wall. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing took the lead. Wherever they went, none could last a single exchange with them. The 2 of them were too strong. They were virtually invincible under hegemon realm. The Blood Race's revival was not considered some technique to them at all. Yang Qing still took some effort to kill them, but Yi Yuan completely obliterated the Bloodkins in the same rank with just 1 punch. Wherever they went, the Bloodkins did not dare to confront them head-on at all. After experiencing the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, the Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven that survived, each and every one of them was extremely powerful. They were not at all inferior when compared to the geniuses from humanity's 3 supreme heavens. As for those Blood Race hegemons, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much. But Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had too many hegemon realms. Furthermore, with 6 mighty Great Beyond powerhouses holding down the fort, they had no chance at all. Ha ha! What bulls! HI plus T number 1 race in all the heavens, really weak to the max. Isn't there a single one who can fight? Yang Qing's long spear danced as if no body on earth could beat him. Yet, the Blood Race powerhouses could not do anything to him. The present Yang Qing, even 20 to 30 origin powerhouses found it hard to get close to him. Moreover, the Blood Race was already a spent force. Boom! The boundary wall collapsed. The Bloodkins that were detained in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven were completely wiped out. Yi Yuan, let's kill our way over. Yang Qing got excited from killing and actually did not want to stop. The plane this area of boundary wall connected to was Yuan Ming Wenju Heaven. It had already completely fallen. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The Blood Race is so arrogant. We naturally have to teach them a lesson." At Yuan Ming Wenju Heaven, the supreme leader, Lan Jie, was currently drinking blood in a palace, his expression enjoying it very much. That was the fresh blood of a hegemon realm powerhouse. What a cushy job. The likes of this kind of low-level plane, it's too easy to take over. In less than 10 years, Progenitor's true self will be able to come into being, and the myriad worlds will tremble. Lan Jie said with a chuckle. Now there's news coming from all worlds. Apart from those few high-level planes, the other heavens are already in our pockets. Another great beyond powerhouse said with a smile. Lan Jie nodded and said, Is there news from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? That person shook his head and said, There's no news yet. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven currently has the true spirit clans around. It's probably not easy to take over. Lan Jie smiled and said, Hence, that's why Progenitor sent Bloodooze, 5 people to attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. No matter how powerful Meteon is, he's also not a match for the 5 of them, right? Wait patiently. Good news shouldn't be far away. Also, that Yi Yuan, with 5 great beyond powerhouses taking action, it will likely be impossible for him to escape his doom. Boom. With a loud bang, something fell from the sky, directly SMA's. HI+ing through the great hall. Lan Jie 2 people hurriedly stood up and came to the large hole that was smashed out to take a look. It was a person. This person was precisely the Bloodooze that they had just mentioned. This Bloodooze was none other than precisely the Lord W. A.N. Jizwa back then. Having obtained bloodline transformation now, he also successfully broke through to Great Beyond Realm. Furthermore, his strength was very formidable. This time, he planned on going to kill Yi Yuan with a vengeful heart, who knew that he kicked an iron plate. Putting aside that he failed to kill him, he even suffered heavy losses himself. The 4 great beyond powerhouses that he brought were all dead. Bloodooze, what happened to you? Where are the 4 of them? The smile on Lan Jie's face was replaced by shock. Bloodooze's strength was the strongest among them, with Progenitor making him bring a team to go and attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was counting on him to go and restrain Meteon. His strength could be seen. But now, Bloodooze's appearance was totally like a dog who lost its home. All dead. Bloodooze used all the strength in his body and shouted. Lan Jie's entire body shuddered heavily, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. 4 great beyond powerhouses, they died just like that? When did Meteon become so strong? What in the world happened? Lan Jie shot out a ray of bloodlight, helping Bloodooze heal his injuries as he asked. Receiving Lan Jie's treatment, Bloodooze's consciousness became a little clearer, and he said, The 4 great true spirit clans supreme hegemons broke through to Great Beyond Realm at the same time. The Dragon Clan's Mi Zhen also recovered his peak strength. The current Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses. What? Lan Jie 2 people almost jumped up. The news that Bloodooze brought was seriously too shocking. 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses, even if it was those high-level planes, it was very hard to possess that too. A puny little Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually gave birth to 6. Bloodooze said with unwillingness. The 5 of us directly killed our way to the extreme medicine sect, planning on killing Yi Yuan in one go, and then swallow up Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Who knew that Mi Zhen and the 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses suddenly appeared, directly surrounding us. Meteon and Mi Zhen are too strong, forcibly grinding the 4 of them to death. Even I almost lost my life there too. Oh right. Meteon's strength seems to be even stronger than before. When I faced him, I actually had the feeling like I was facing Progenitor. If not, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties either. Lan Jie 2 people were dumbfounded from listening. This sudden turn of events caught them by surprise. With 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses, this was absolutely an extremely terrifying force. But who knew that they were ganged up on? What difference was this from walking right into a trap? How did this happen? Lan Jie said in a daze. Bloodooze shook his head and said, don't know. These few years, we've been consolidating the various tribes and didn't pay much attention to the outside world's news. But, in just a few years' time, how can so many great beyond powerhouses possibly pop out all of a sudden? Lan Jie said gloomily, This Yi Yuan is really a jinx. Why does our blood race suck? You? MB at his hands every time? The blood race re-emerged this time, rampaging in all directions, virtually sweeping across the 33 heavens. Yet, they suffered a loss in grand bright jade complete heaven. Right at this time, a subordinate hurriedly came to report. Lord Longia, things are bad. Things are bad. Grand bright jade complete heaven's army has broken through the boundary wall and has already charged over. Our people can't stop them at all. Longia's expression changed wildly and he said, they really have such gall to actually dare cross worlds and come. Bloodooze looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, they have 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses. Why won't they dare to cross worlds and come? Stop standing stupidly, hurry up and bring me away. In addition, hurry up and send the news to progenitor. Ask his elderly self to come and make a final decision. Chapter 3085. Yi Shui. Chapter 3085. Yi Shui. What did you say? 6 great beyond powerhouses actually appeared in grand bright jade complete heaven in one go? How is this possible? Chaos Bloodstone was incomparably shocked when he heard about grand bright jade complete heaven's war situation. A great beyond powerhouse was a mobile nuclear weapon. Before acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines, even he could not create so many great beyond powerhouses too. But now, 6 great beyonds actually appeared in grand bright jade complete heaven. How could he not be surprised? Yi Shui nodded and said, originally, the war was going very smoothly. But I didn't expect that we would meet with stubborn resistance in grand bright jade complete heaven. Now Mi Tian has led grand bright jade complete heaven and has already pursued us across 3 worlds. Yi Shui was the blood race's strongest person up to now. His strength was also top-notch among great beyond powerhouses. The Chaos Bloodstone's clone was severely wounded, and he could not move out for the time being. Yi Shui was the subordinate that he relied most heavily on. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, being able to give birth to 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses within a few short years, only the Heaven Volume can accomplish it. But, even if Yi Yuan has the Heaven Volume, he can't shoulder so many people comprehending at the same time too. How on earth did this boy do it? Yi Shui said, after I received the news, I already sent people to investigate it. It turns out that Yi Yuan set up a grand array and drew the power of the Eternal River's chaos to grand bright jade complete heaven, and used the power of the Eternal River's chaos, supplying them to cultivate the Heaven Volume. The Chaos Bloodstone was shocked again and said, this boy is really a genius. Others are all comprehending chaos, but he is already making use of chaos. Yi Shui, this boy can't be kept alive. You make a trip. When necessary, use the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Yi Shui gave a bow and said, yes. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa, didn't you come to kill me? You've already crossed 4 worlds now. Why are you still running away? Above the sky, Yi Yuan's voice spread for thousands of miles, shocking the sky. In front, Bloodooze and the rest were anxious like dogs that lost their homes, but they did not even dare to turn their heads back. The army charged out of grand bright jade complete heaven, chasing after the blood race army. They had already crossed 4 worlds. During this, Mi Tian and the others killed 2 more blood race great beyond powerhouses. The blood race army was already in a hot mess. At this time, Bloodooze and the rest gathered another 5 great beyond powerhouses. But they did not even have the courage to have a battle. Mi Tian and the rest were too strong. Without 10 great beyond powerhouses, they did not even need to think about it. Furthermore, Bloodooze himself was also seriously injured and could not fight at all. Yi Yuan punk, don't you be arrogant. Do you think that my blood race only has this bit of strength? After progenitor knows about the news here, he'll definitely send even stronger powerhouses. At that time, you just wait to stretch your neck out for the executor's blade. Bloodooze lost in reality, but did not lose in disposition as he roared angrily. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him to come. But, when are you planning to run until? Continue fleeing and the 33 heavens will learn about Lord W. G's was awe-inspiring reputation. Bloodooze nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. When their group was fleeing, it shocked heaven and earth. The target was too big. Now, wherever they said through, virtually everyone knew where they had been. Their faces had nowhere to put any more. The blood race swept across the 33 heavens. In the end, they were swept away by grand bright jade complete heaven now. Suddenly, the void trembled. A figure stepped out. The arrival was a red-haired youth who stood with his hands behind his back. When Tion saw him, he immediately made a hand gesture, and everyone stopped. This red-haired youth actually gave him a sense of oppression. One had to know, ever since comprehending the universe scroll, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, growing much stronger than before. But now, this red-haired youth in front of him could actually bring pressure upon him. It could be seen that he was not ordinary. This person is very strong, Tion said. Yuan was not surprised and said, without some foundation, the blood race wouldn't have dared to make all the heavens fall into a catastrophe too. The moment Bloodooze and the rest saw the red-haired youth, it was as if they saw their savior. They were agitated until their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Being pursued across 4 worlds, this was not a good experience. Lord Yishui, you're finally here, Bloodooze said excitedly. Finished saying that, he turned to Yuan again and said with a big smile, Yuan punk, you were very delighted these few days, right? Now, do you know what's called sorrow follows extreme joy? Yuan smiled and said, the winds of fortune changes. You're so happy now. Be careful that sorrow follows extreme joy. Bloodooze smiled coldly and said, that's because you don't know how strong Lord Yishui is. He is our blood race's god of war, the #1 person under progenitor. Yishui looked at Tion and slowly said, you guys can't get away. Tion said coolly, if this progenitor wants to leave and body can stop me. Yishui just smiled and slowly raised his arm. Suddenly, countless bloodkins appeared in the surrounding SPAC and from all directions. There were even many hegemon realm powerhouses among them. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army fell into a tight encirclement all at once. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions could not help changing wildly. Not good. We've fallen into the blood race's encirclement. Just the great beyond powerhouses are as many as 9 people. What to do about this? We penetrated deep into enemy territory alone, and were too greedy for contributions by advancing rashly. On Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side, it fell into a panic at once. Seeing the looks of despair on everyone's faces, Bloodooze was very satisfied. These few days had been too aggrieved. Ha ha ha, Yuan, you still want to make me feel sorrow after extreme joy now? This blood race army that covers the sky, this seat sees how you run. Bloodooze said with a big laugh. Yishui looked at Tion and said coolly, Tion, I know that you comprehended the universe volume, your strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Wanting to make you stay isn't easy, but this time, I've already made full preparations. This region of SPAC, I've completely locked it down with 180 hegemon realms. Maybe it can't stop you, but these people that you brought, there's absolutely not a single one that can escape. When everyone heard it, they could not help turning pale with fright. They wanted to carry out a teleportation but discovered that SPAC was already completely frozen. They were unable to teleport at all. With this, they really panicked. Tion said, so, you want to negotiate with me? Yishui smiled and said, it saves effort to talk to a smart person. I only have one condition. Leave Yuan behind. The others, I can let them all leave. *CK your mother. Wanting to leave Yuan behind, you dream on. You're called Yishui, right? Just you wait. When I, Yangqing, step into hegemon realm, it will be the day that you die. Yishue's words had just dropped when Yang Qin cursed viciously to his face. Yeah, it's fine if we die. Heavenly Saint Yi can't die. Heavenly Saint Yi is our grand bright jade complete heaven's soul. We're willing to fight to the death to help him escape. Blood Dog, you're thinking too much. We won't abandon him and leave. Grand bright jade complete heaven's people immediately erupted with a series of responses. Clearly, Yi Yuan was already a god-like existence in grand bright jade complete heaven. Yi Yuan was their spiritual pillar. Mi Tian looked at Yishue and said with a smile, "You heard that? It's impossible to leave Yi Yuan behind. Furthermore, this progenitor doesn't feel that you can make us stay." Yishue smiled and said, "Mi Tian, you're too confident in yourself." But Mi Tian smiled and said, "Whether or not it's self-confidence, you'll know later. Yi Yuan, do it?" Chapter 3086. Realm Crossing Greater Teleportation. Chapter 3086. Realm Crossing Greater Teleportation. Mi Tian was calm and relaxed. Yi Yuan similarly had an indifferent look. These two people did not seem to have the awareness that they were trapped at all. Seeing Mi Tian look at him, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to the expression on their faces in a while." Boom! Spatial origin power instantly burst forth from Mi Tian and Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, it was as if the entire world's SPAC was going to collapse. Furthermore, Mi Tian and Yi Yuan's spatial origin actually produced some kind of wondrous resonance. Logically speaking, Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, one was an apex great beyond powerhouse, while the other was just a rookie who had just entered Emperor Sakura Heaven not long ago. It was impossible for there to be resonance between these two people. But at the moment this resonance was unbelievably strong. Mi Tian looked at Yishue and said with a smile, "Do you really think that we'd be foolish enough to penetrate deep into enemy territory by ourselves? If we didn't have some trump card, how can we possibly pursue across 4 worlds? This realm-crossing greater teleportation was created by Yi Yuan and me a few days ago. You all just take a look at its power." Yishue's pupils constricted and he cried out angrily, "Quick! Don't let them complete this move." Finished saying BLOODY, energy rose violently on Yishue's body, and a palm smacked toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, those great beyond realm and hegemon realm powerhouses brought out their ultimate moves one after another, charging toward the grand bright jade complete heaven army. For a moment, SPAC shattered and galaxy blew away. Swaz. But before these moves landed, grand bright jade complete heaven's army completely disappeared. Where are they? Can't feel any aura at all. How is this possible? Those were tens of thousands of people. They are gone just like that? This sort of thing, even if it's a great beyond realm, it's impossible to do it too, right? With so many powerhouses, they can't hide their auras at all. Could it be that they directly teleported out of this world with one teleportation? How is this possible? Just now, progenitor Mi Tian seemed to have said that this move is called realm-crossing greater teleportation? Could it be that they have really crossed realms? Everyone in the blood race was dumbfounded with shock. When Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army came out, they were all elites with more than 10,000 powerhouses. Pursuing across 4 worlds, these 4 worlds still had many remnant powerhouses. Seeing the arrival of their saviors, they joined in one after another too. By then, it already reached close to 70,000. Realm-crossing greater teleportation bringing 70,000 people, this was simply an unimaginable means. Even if one comprehended spatial origin and became great beyond realm, it was impossible to accomplish this too. But these over 70,000 people all vanished without even leaving behind a louse. The encirclement that Yishue carefully devised had completely turned into a joke. Meanwhile, Bloodooze and the others were motionless like wooden chickens. Where was the said revenge? When Yi Shui appeared, he was excited to the extreme, thinking that the opportunity for revenge had arrived. But in a blink it was all for naught. That kind of feeling simply drove people crazy. Lord Yi Shui, is Mi Tian already strong to this kind of extent? Bloodooze said. Yi Shui's expression was solemn, and he shook his head and said, No. It's not Mi Tian who's strong, but it was Yi Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Although this move was jointly launched by Mi Tian and Yi Yuan, in everyone's view, it must have been Mi Tian who played the leading role. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakra Heaven. How could he possibly be of much use? But, hearing Yi Shui's words, that did not seem to be the case. Bloodooze said inexplicably, Why Yi Yuan? He's just Emperor Sakra Heaven. Yi Shui said in a solemn voice, It's precisely because he's Emperor Sakra Heaven that it's even scarier. The move just now was actually led by Yi Yuan. His comprehension of spatial origin probably doesn't lose to Mi Tian by much anymore. When others comprehend origin, it's very hard to walk out on their own Tao too. But he has already walked out on his own Tao. What? Led by Yi Yuan? Bloodooze was violently shocked. The other hegemons had also all fallen into extreme shock. Such a big move, it was actually led by an Emperor Sakra Heaven. If this sort of thing came out of someone else's mouth, they would have long given a tight slap. But Yi Shui's realm was extremely profound. What he saw naturally would not be wrong. Yi Shui nodded and said, Greater teleportation technique is unable to penetrate the boundary wall at all. Even if it's a hegemon who comprehended spatial origin, it's impossible to teleport across realms too. Clearly Mi Tian can't do it either. Yi Yuan's means seem very weak, but the most crucial link in this move is constructing a spatial sageway in the boundary wall. Most likely, only by gaining enlightenment on the eternal river's chaos can one accomplish this. This boy is too monstrous. He absolutely can't be kept alive. Hearing Yi Shui's lysis, everyone was stunned. Only then did they understand what kind of role Yi Yuan played in this boundary wall that was in existence that hegemon realms could not pass through to. If hegemons wanted to cross realms, they had to forcibly break down the boundary wall. But Yi Yuan actually constructed a spatial sageway in it and realized a spatial HI+FT. Such means were inconceivable, Bloodooze said with unwillingness. Then are we letting them go just like that? Yi Shui's gaze was slightly intent, and he said in a solemn voice, The more this is so, the more we have to kill this boy. Originally, I didn't want to utilize the Blood Cloud Grand Array, but looking at it now, there's no choice but to do so. Swaz. Plus several tens of thousands of people appeared at the Extreme Medicine Sect's Mountain Pass gates out of nowhere. Where are we? This is the Extreme Medicine Sect? We're back in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? My God, is my eyesight failing? We said through 4 worlds in one go and returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? How amazing! Progenitor Mi Tian is actually already strong to such an extent, creating such a terrifying technique. In an instant, the Extreme Medicine Sect fell into shock. This kind of experience was really too miraculous. Just a while ago, they even thought that they had fallen into a death trap and were dead for sure. But in a blink of an eye, they crossed 4 worlds and returned home. Such terrifying spatial means, it was simply unheard of. You all are wrong. The one who created this move is Yi Yuan, and not this old man. The crux of this move also lies with Yi Yuan and not this old man. Without him constructing the spatial sageway in the boundary wall, this move can't be executed. Mi Tian smiled as he explained. What? It's actually Heavenly Saint Yi. Heavenly Saint Yi is really getting more and more monstrous. Thinking about that, Yi Shui, His expression must be very ugly now, right? Oh, right, also that blood ooze. He must want to vomit blood now. Ha ha! After the shock, everyone was extremely overjoyed. From death to life, this kind of feeling felt very amazing. Yi Yuan, if you had such means, why didn't you say so earlier? Your father almost rushed up just now to fight it out with that Yi Shui. Yang Qing smashed a fist onto Yi Yuan's chest, very unhappy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I set it out, is it still called a trump card? However, the blood race's strength somewhat exceeded my imagination. We can't lower our guard. From now on, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be on the highest level of alert to prevent the blood race's sudden raid." Mi Tian nodded and said, "That Yi Shui's strength isn't beneath mine. They all have witnessed the realm-crossing greater teleportation. They will probably be even more apprehensive of you. Furthermore, we're currently a thorn in the blood race's side. They will definitely exhaust every method to destroy us." Chapter 3087, Blood Cloud Grand Array. Chapter 3087, Blood Cloud Grand Array. Under the tree, the moonlight shadow was hazy. Yumengli saw Yi Yuan in a daze, and her heart could not help aching a little. This man was shouldering too many things. But she could not be of any help. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he fetched Yumengli over. With the Extreme Medicine Sect's powerful foundation as support, plus the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings, Yumengli, Lure, White Light, and the others, also stepped into the realm of Emperor Sakra Heaven. It was just that in this war their strength was too feeble. This was the war of hegemon realms. Having helped each other in humble circumstances for so many years, how could Yumengli not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Big brother Yuan, big sister Lingxue is blessed. She'll definitely be fine, Yumengli said softly. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said with a sigh, "I hope so." When she left, she was too weak. Under the blood race calamity, Yi Yuan did not quite dare to continue imagining. In this catastrophe that swept across all the heavens, ordinary sovereign realm powerhouses could only be cannon fodders too. Only by reaching Emperor Realm could one barely manage to have the capital to protect themselves. But it was also merely just self-protection. Yumengli sighed and said, "Sigh, big sister Lingshua's life is really rough. I hope that she's fine." Yi Yuan's gaze fixed on Yumengli's face. That flawless face was suffocatingly exquisite under the moonlight. Being stared at by Yi Yuan, Yumengli's pretty face turned slightly red, and she pouted and said saidly, "Big brother Yuan, why are you looking at me like this?" Saying that she was bashful, but actually, it was more of agitation. It was because Yi Yuan's eyes were full of love. With many years of setbacks, the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders was too great. Therefore, he had never revealed such a look in his eyes either. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "Lier, these few years, luckily there was you. I owe you too much." Yumengli shook her head and said, "Lier's strength is getting weaker and weaker, and I already can't help big brother Yuan anymore. So many years, it has been the hardest on you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You know that I'm shouldering too much debt on me, but without your silent support at the back, I couldn't have made it at all. I'm shouldering too much, aren't you the same?" This woman was too sensible until Yi Yuan sometimes even forgot about her existence. Walking all the way until today, he was paying his debts, repaying Mu Lingshue's debt. But, the more he repaid, the more he owed his woman too. "Lier, after this battle, I'll marry you," Yi Yuan suddenly said. Yumengli's delicate body trembled heavily, lifting her head and looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. These words were domineering and brooked no questioning. But it sounded pleasant to the extreme. She had been waiting far too long for this sentence. When Yi Yuan said it, she felt like she was dreaming. Yumengli's entire person was petrified there. The blissfulness on her face could not be concealed by any means. "Status and riches are like drifting clouds to me, but my woman is going to become the happiest woman in this world. After this battle, I'll announce to the world and marry you in full glory. I want to let everyone know that you are my Yi Yuan's woman," Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron without the slightest hesitation. The current Yu Mengli was already melted by happiness. She knew that Yi Yuan was a low-profile person. But for her sake, he was going to shock all the heavens. She knew that this was Yi Yuan's doting on her as his repayment to her. Reaching Emperor realm, love had already become a stranglehold. To the vast majority of Tao companions, feelings had already become extremely faint. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. He was going to let everyone know about the wedding. She did not say anything else and just nodded her head lightly. At this time, silence one sound. Not far away, a series of rustling sounds suddenly emitted, and it quickly returned to tranquility. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Big brother Yuan, is it okay for you to be like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll call them back and take them all in together?" Yu Mengli's expression changed, and she said with jealousy, "No way." Yi Yuan smiled again and said, "Then isn't it settled? It's better to deal with painful things quickly. Let them stop thinking about it. It's better than keeping it in their thoughts." Yu Mengli just sighed lightly when she heard that. Only she knew that it was probably very difficult. This man in front of her was too outstanding. Once he entered someone's heart, it would be very hard to chase away. But in her heart, Yu Mengli was blissful to the extreme. Regardless whether it was Feng Qingxian or Cloud Neon, they were all one of the 33 heavens' most outstanding women. The current her was unable to compete with them at all. But Yi Yuan's heart never wavered from start to end. For her sake, he even did it so decisively. How could she not be moved? The wind stirred lightly, and a little red light exploded in front of Yi Yuan's chest, instantly enveloping this mountainside. There was only a stretch of red color left in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, spatial origin pouring out, about to teleport away. But it failed. Yi Yuan felt that the surrounding blood power of rule had completely disrupted all of the rules. He was actually unable to teleport. His spatial S.H.I plus FT divine ability was actually unable to work. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn. He quickly understood that this was the Chaos Bloodstone's purest origin of blood. The origin of blood had the power of corrosion to begin with. How powerful was the Chaos Bloodstone's power of corrosion? At least, it was not what the current him could resolve. The pores on Yi Yuan's body opened up. He knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. Stop wasting your energy. Once the Blood Cloud Grand Array is activated, forget about you. Even if it's a great beyond powerhouse, they will be trapped to death too. A man walked out of the blood fog, holding a blood saber in his hand, a scar on his face. This was actually a Hegemon realm expert. I didn't expect that to kill an Emperor Sakura Heaven we actually had to activate the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Kid, you can be sufficiently proud. Someone else walked out of the blood fog. It was another Hegemon realm expert. Yi Yuan, don't count on someone coming to save you. The Blood Cloud Grand Array is condensed by exhausting all of the Blood Ward Bead's blood energy. This place forms its own world. Unless the blood energy is depleted, you can forget about escaping. The third Hegemon realm powerhouse. The blood race actually sent 3 Hegemon realms to deal with him. What a grand display. Boom. Mi Tian slammed a fist on the blood cloud, but the blood cloud did not budge an inch. Straight away when he discovered the anomaly, he already arrived. But he discovered that this blood cloud that enveloped the mountain was STURDY to the extreme. With his strength, he was actually unable to shake it in the slightest. His expression was solemn to the extreme. Mi Zhen, Long Jian, the 6 of us join forces and attack. Break this blood cloud. Mi Tian said in a solemn voice. The 6 people were just about to attack when several figures suddenly appeared above the sky. The arrival was precisely Yi Shui. Stop wasting your strength. The blood cloud grand array is transformed from the blood ward bead. It's condensed from the purest blood energy in this world. Once activated, no one can shake it within 7 days. Get ready to attend Yi Yuan's funeral. Yishua looked at Mi Tian and said coolly. Mi Tian's expression changed slightly, but he did not believe it, bringing the 6 people and Russ Hi+ing towards the blood cloud again. Boom. The entire extreme medicine sect started trembling. However, that region of blood could still not budge an inch. Mi Tian's heart sank to rock bottom. Yishua smiled and said, Yi Yuan is really a remarkable brat. However, it ends here too. Today, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be destroyed. Chapter 3088. Battling Hegemon. Chapter 3088. Battling Hegemon. In the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Qi Shang, Yu Lei, Meng Jin, 3 great hegemons, were currently looking at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse. ENT. In their view, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. These 3 people were top existences among ordinary hegemons too. Coming to deal with an Emperor Sakra Heaven was really putting fine timber to petty use. Emperor Sakra Heaven and Hegemon were life forms on 2 different levels. No one had ever been able to cross this kind of level, jumping realms to battle. Seeing these 3 great powerhouses, Yu Mengli's complexion turned pale. And at this time, Yi Yuan had already recovered his cool. It was only to see a small sword appear between his brows, arriving in his hand. Lear, you hide in the Dao Swords S.P.A.C. Although Yi Yuan's inner world had collapsed, opening up A.S.P.A.C. in the Dao Sword to let Yu Mengli lie low until the storm blew over was not hard. Yu Mengli's face revealed a look of struggle, and she shook her head and said, Big brother Yuan, if you want to fight them, I'll die together with you. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Yu Mengli's face and said with a smile, Why would your big brother Yuan die? I said that I'm going to marry you. I won't go back on my words. It's merely 3 ordinary hegemons. It's no big deal. The moment the 3 great hegemons heard, they immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what high-sounding sentiments! Yi Yuan brat, you're indeed as rumored. A braggart. Want to use this to bluff this girlie, don't you think that it's too stupid? Qi Shang said with a loud laugh. In the past, it's that progenitor felt that your strength was meager, and he couldn't be bothered with you. This time, since we're making a move, do you think that you can still live? 3 ordinary hegemons? Today we'll let you know what's called a hegemon, Yu Lei said with a snicker. With this, Yu Mengli became even more worried. Hegemon realms were no joke. If it was Emperor Sakra Heaven, even if 10 origin powerhouses came, Yu Mengli would not even be worried. But, against Hegemon realm, even if it was the weakest Hegemon realm, it was also not what the current Yi Yuan could resist. Yi Yuan gave her a consoling look and said with a smile, Relax. When have I lied to you before? Since they dared to come, I'll make sure that they can't go back. Yi Yuan's composure made Yu Mengli calm down. Now that it came to this, they could not escape even if they ran away too. They could only conquer or die. Saying whatever sharing life and death together, that was a joke. Her staying here would only distract Yi Yuan. It was better to hide and let Yi Yuan fight with all his strength. Finished saying that, she nodded slightly and entered the Dao Swords S.P.A.C. In this blood cloud grand array, there was nowhere that was safer than the Dao Sword S.P.A.C. Unless Yi Yuan died, otherwise, no one could harm Yu Mengli. The 3 great hegemons did not have the intention of stopping either. Yi Yuan's action was completely meaningless to them. In reality, they could kill Yi Yuan in one exchange. Qi Shang smiled lightly and said, All right, the boasting is already done. We can send you off already. He was just about to attack, but Meng Jin stopped him and said, Don't. Either way, we have to be trapped here for 7 days. How boring is it to kill him in one move? I'll go play with him and get some fun out of it. Qi Shang was taken aback and said with a smile, Go on. Meng Jin looked at Yi Yuan, and his figure suddenly swayed, disappearing. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, immediately feeling danger coming from all directions. He was unable to discern at all. His gaze was actually unable to capture the other party's traces. This was his first time confronting a hegemon realm head-on. He also finally felt the power of a hegemon realm. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei, two people, were taking things easy, having the appearance of watching a show. Suddenly, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on end. A strong sense of crisis came from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, all the chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's body poured out, turning around to block. Your reaction is pretty good, but it's already too late. Beside his ears came Meng Jin's snicker. Yi Yuan turned around but discovered that Meng Jin's face was virtually stuck to his own face already. It was only to see him bend his finger and lightly flick. Everything seemed so casual. Bang! A powerful force instantly flooded into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, the trajectory virtually unable to see clearly. With just one hit, Yi Yuan's chest directly caved in. The power of a finger flick was utterly formidable. But Yi Yuan's figure had yet to stop when Meng Jin's voice appeared beside his ear again. "Do you think that it's over like this?" Yi Yuan's entire body tensed up, chaos divine essence pouring out again, forcibly changing the trajectory of his flight. But that feeling of danger followed him like a shadow. Yi Yuan urged his movement technique to the extreme, changing paths several times in the air. However, he could not shake Meng Jin off at all. By the side, Qi Shang smiled and said, "Meng Jin is playing the cat catching a mouse." Yu Lei also smiled and said, "Before coming, Lord Yishui was talking about how supernatural this boy was. I even thought that he could garner some interest in me. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this." Qi Shang shook his head and said, "You can't say it like that. Just looking at things from now, Yi Yuan's strength is indeed terrifying. Even if it's an ordinary origin powerhouse, it would be hard to do anything to him too. Furthermore, here is the Blood Cloud Grand Array. All of the rules are set by Progenitor Bloodstone. His spatial origin is being restrained to the greatest degree here. Otherwise, it would really not be so easy to kill him." Yu Lei's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "So what? In this Blood Cloud Grand Array, he can only be a little mouse and serve as some amuse. ENT for us." Qi Shang said, "That might be the case, but this Chaos Divine Essence is indeed powerful too. He received several moves from Meng Jin and actually didn't even die. If it was an ordinary origin powerhouse, they would have died several times over too." Yu Lei smiled and said, "Only then will this be a bit interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't we be very bored in these 7 days?" The two people exchanged looks and smiled. This kind of battle also made their vigilance from before evaporated into thin air. Meng Jin had not even used 10% of his power, and Yi Yuan was already utterly defeated until he did not have an unscathed spot on his body. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible to reverse it too. Therefore, they could have some fun during these 7 days. Meng Jin and Yi Yuan's battle was completely one-sided. This was a game of a cat catching a mouse. Meng Jin was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan at all. Even if he did not make a move, Yi Yuan had to strive with all his might too. Is this the genius who stirred up all the heavens? Too disappointing. I only used one finger. You can't even beat my one finger? Meng Jin's mocking voice came from inside the blood cloud. Currently, Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, panting heavily for air, tired from the constant running. How could he have the energy to care about his mocking? Suddenly, Qi Shang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be a little faster?" Yu Lei was slightly taken aback and immediately laughed and said, "Qi Shang, have you been scared silly by Lord Yishui? Is there a need to be rambling like this? This boy is merely a lower Emperor Sakra Heaven. That's all." He's fast? How fast can he be? Either way, I don't feel anything at all. Qi Shang nodded slightly and said, maybe I was overly sensitive. Looking closely, it seems like it's really not. Outside of the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's battle situation was very bad too. Half a day had passed, said. The extreme medicine sect suffered heavy casualties. This time, when Yi Shui came, he brought several times more force than previously. Just the great beyond powerhouses were as many as 10 people. Being distracted like this, you're not my match. You don't need to think too much. Qi Shang, the three of them are all top experts among ordinary hegemons. Yi Yuan doesn't stand a chance at all. Yi Shui looked at Mi Tian and said with a light smile. Chapter 3089, BLOODY Battle. Chapter 3089, BLOODY Battle. Above the sky, 2 enormous dragons were crossing swords back and forth, fighting until the void shattered. Yi Shui transformed into a blood dragon and actually completely suppressed the powerful Mi Tian. No one thought that a measly little Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually became the toughest bone to bite down. However, it ends here too. From above the sky came Yi Shui's voice. If you want to swallow Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, you all will have to break a few teeth too. Unparalleled kill. The means of Hegemon SPAC is indeed formidable. It's just that I don't know how long Yi Yuan can last inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Mi Tian's expression turned dark, and his moves actually had an additional trace of flaw. Wanting to talk about Mi Tian's means, it was actually a notch stronger than Yi Shui. Reaching their realm, it was hard to determine the victor to begin with. But he had been constantly worried about Yi Yuan's safety and was unable to focus at all. The more he wanted to finish off Yi Shui quickly, the more he was being suppressed. Yi Shui was also making use of precisely Mi Tian's psyche and gradually took the upper hand. For my extreme medicine sect, fight to the end without retreating. Blood dogs, your father will fight it out with you all. Ha, a bunch of dog-like things too weak. An extreme medicine sect disciple killed 3 bloodkins consecutively, sustaining severe wounds, letting out a wild laugh. However, several other bloodkins already charged over like the fierce wind. Bang! With several bloodkins attacking in unison, the extreme medicine sect disciple who was laughing loudly before lost his life. Miserable cries lingered incessantly in the extreme medicine sect. This battle was too miserable. Facing enemies that numbered several times than theirs, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's elites fought to the death without retreating. These people were all the genius martial artists that Mi Tian and Yi Yuan groomed. Their strengths were not ordinary. But there were too many bloodkins. They could not be killed entirely. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was founded with the extreme medicine sect as the base, plus the elites of various races. But now they were virtually fighting it out with the blood race using their lives. The price was extremely heavy. Feng Xiaotian alone was facing off against 4 great peak hegemons and was extremely strained, even though he had already broken through to peak hegemon now as well. One of them was precisely his old adversary of back then, Blood Promise. Blood Extreme Firmament. Fierce Gale Great Melancholy Hand. Above the sky, Feng Xiaotian and Blood Promise exchanged blows. Blood Promise's entire body trembled heavily, and he was directly blasted flying. Feng Xiaotian raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly as he said, "Blood Promise, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still same old good-for-nothing. If you didn't rely on numbers, your father would kill you now." Blood Promise was covered all over in blood, and he yelled angrily, "Feng Xiaotian, don't you be smug. Today will be the day you die." Feng Xiaotian did not care and said with a loud laugh, "Bring it on. Want to kill me, you all will have to pay the price too." Finished saying, the other 3 people already rushed in, besieging Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian had an awe-inspiring fighting intent and was not the least bit afraid. Fight, fight, fight. Brothers, this place is the hot soil that we protect. Don't let it be tainted by these blood dogs. We'll kill them together until not even a fragment of armor remains. Feng Xiaotian gave a long howl and clashed together with the four people. His fight was naturally not as easy as it looked on the surface. In reality, he was already seriously wounded now. It was just that he had been constantly aiming Blood Promise and bombarding him indiscriminately, completely ignoring the others. Blood Promise was under great pressure too. Being beaten down by Feng Xiaotian, Blood Promise naturally had a stomach full of anger too. Sure enough, he found an opening, and a blood extreme firmament hit Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle. Knowing that he could not avoid it in time anymore, he actually advanced instead of retreating, colliding together with a blood race hegemon that was coming head-on. Wind, thunder change. Die for me. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaotian sent out a move. His opponent clearly did not expect that Feng Xiaotian was actually so dauntless in the face of death. Boom! That blood race peak hegemon was actually annihilated by Feng Xiaotian in one move and died thoroughly. But half of Feng Xiaotian's body was directly blown away too. Fresh blood dripped down the corners of his clothes, looking incomparably tragic. Dyed all over in blood, Feng Xiaotian still laughed loudly and said, "Blood Promise, you guys are really traws. +4 on 1 and you actually still had one killed by me." Blood Promise's expression was very ugly. Although his move succeeded, he did not expect that they actually lost a peak hegemon. This bunch of extreme medicine sect people, they were all lunatics. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses, fighting intense were too strong. Especially Feng Xiaotian, after experiencing the baptism of South Qi Giant City. His willpower was resolute until it scared people. This injury, if it happened to others, it would have long been a matter of life and death. But Feng Xiaotian did not even furrow his brows. His fighting intent was still surging. Humph! So what? Feng Xiaotian, this seat will send you on your way now. Your blood will turn into a part of my blood race. You should feel supreme glory. Boom! Suffering another blow, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes went dark, and he was virtually powerless. Sing out. Meng Jin was still only using 10% of his strength, but he was already a spent force. The genius whose reputation shocked all the heavens is nothing more than this too. Kid, you're too weak. Meng Jin said with a chuckle. A punk that even progenitor had to suffer a loss at the hands of, he was being toyed in the palm of his hand. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Yi Yuan was panting heavily but forced a smile and said, Are you very pleased with yourself right now? Very soon, you'll regret not killing me right away. Meng Jin was indifferent and said with a loud laugh, On your deathbed, you still dare to threaten this seat? Kid, this seat has only used 10% of my strength up till now. Come, bring forth your strength and make me regret it. Meng Jin, stop playing. Send him on his way. Qi Shang said. Meng Jin chuckled and said, Okay, I'll send him on his way. This lad is too weak. It's boring. After toying with Yi Yuan for half a day, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Meng Jin also found it a little boring already. Finished saying, he pointed a finger, aiming straight at Yi Yuan. This finger was more than a magnitude stronger than before. Yi Yuan only felt that this finger was going to pierce through the firmament, even though he still had not exerted all of his strength. But right then, Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with 7 streams of flowing light. These 7 streams of flowing light were all different colors, akin to a rainbow. After the flowing light flew out, it actually formed an array formation. Boom! The 7 streams of flowing light quivered strongly. It was as if it was going to crumble under this finger. Yi Yuan's figure also explosively retreated several hundred steps along with the 7 streams of flowing light. But the 7 streams of flowing light still stabilized in the end. Yi Yuan actually received this finger. Meng Jin's expression turned dark, immediately feeling a loss of face. The power of this finger was several times that of before. But it was actually received by Yi Yuan. The 7 streaks of flowing light dispersed and slowly revolved around Yi Yuan. Focusing one's eyes to look, it was actually 7 small mountains. Myriad Realms Mountain. Yi Yuan was indeed pretty lucky in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He found all 7 of the Myriad Realms Mountains in the end. Yi Yuan made use of the Eternal River's chaos and completely re-sanctified the 7 Myriad Realms Mountains. The present Myriad Realms Mountain, its power was even stronger than back then in Hegemon Chaos hands. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Jin and said with a sneer, "What rubbish Hegemon! Nothing more than this." Meng Jin's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Chaos Heavenly Treasure! I didn't expect that this boy actually still had such a trump card. However, this thing is a wanton waste of G.O.D's good gifts in your hands. Since you're giving this seat a treasure, this seat will accept it." Chapter 3090. Messing with You. Chapter 3090. Messing with You. 7 small mountains suspended around Yi Yuan. The aura that they emitted actually made people feel somewhat daunted. Clearly, they were not ordinary objects. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. He was unable to unleash the true power of a chaos heavenly treasure at all. Otherwise, killing them would be as easy as turning over his hand. Such a treasure, it was hard for them to avoid feeling moved when they saw it. The treasure is right here. You can come and take it if you have the ability. Yi Yuan ridiculed them lightly. Although he was seriously wounded, his aura was not the least bit weak. Meng Jin said disdainfully, "If this seat wants to kill you, wouldn't it be effortless? Hang on. This seat will be retrieving the treasure right now." While talking, Meng Jin already disappeared. How fast was the speed of a Hegemon realm? Virtually Serpa's. Sing the time to think. He already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Blood-fiend heart-devouring palm. A palm was already imprinted on Yi Yuan's chest. The corners of Meng Jin's mouth revealed a hint of a cruel smile. Clearly, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to evade it. "Be careful." Right at this time, Qi Shang suddenly warned, his words carrying intense shock. Meng Jin's expression changed drastically, feeling his scalp tingling, and he flew away from where he was without hesitation. Boom! An enormous mountain slammed where he was standing. Meng Jin's heart shook wildly, thinking to himself, when did this boy's speed become so fast? What he hit just now was actually Yi Yuan's afterimage. What did this show? Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. How was this possible? Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not even see his back view. Yi Yuan Serpa's said him in a blink of an eye? This kind of change was a little too fantastical, right? Yi Yuan stood far away in the sky and mocked. "Weren't you coming to retrieve the treasure? Why did you slip away so quickly?" Meng Jin's expression turned dark and he said, "Kid, you hid your strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I was merely messing with you previously. 7 days, it can't be too boring as well, no? Now, does it feel very ironic? You actually can't keep up with this Emperor Sakra Heaven's speed?" The moment Yi Yuan said this, Meng Jin was even more certain that Yi Yuan hid his strength and could not help feeling extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that he was toying with Yi Yuan. After messing around for half a day, he was the one who was being toyed with. Furthermore, he was a Hegemon realm. When Qi Shang saw that Meng Jin was like this, he wished to kill him with a palm. He snorted coldly and said, "Idiot! You believe whatever this kid says?" He clearly had some comprehension just now. That's why his speed would increase greatly. Qi Shang was really somewhat regretting it. He still underestimated this boy. How could a brat that could make even progenitor apprehensive possibly be simple? It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was also too monstrous. Just now, under the situation of life and death hanging by a thread, he could actually comprehend such an incredible speed. Also, Meng Jin, this moron, actually really thought that Yi Yuan concealed his strength. What a joke! Meng Jin was stupefied, only then coming around to his senses, and he could not help becoming even angrier from embarrassment. It turned out that he was completely treated as an idiot. Furthermore, he was really stupid. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I said it before. You guys will regret it. Didn't your progenitor bloodstone tell you guys that I have the origin of blood too? Furthermore, it's the purest origin of blood. Although this blood cloud grand array is a domain of blood, I'm unable to crack it for the time being. But it doesn't hinder me from fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together." The three people's expressions changed wildly. They really did not know about this. How could the Chaos Bloodstone possibly tell his subordinates this sort of humiliating thing? Inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array, there was the blood origin of Progenitor Bloodstone's main body. It was unbelievably powerful. Even a great beyond realm would find it hard to breach it too. But this origin of blood was of the same root as Yi Yuan. This Blood Cloud Grand Array, putting it bluntly, was actually ASPAC. Although this SPAC was extremely profound, it was difficult for Yi Yuan to comprehend it in a short while too. But, with Yi Yuan's comprehension in spatial origin, fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together a little was not something too hard. There was no need to do much. As long as he could use spatial divine abilities inside this Blood Cloud Grand Array, it would suffice. He only needed a bit of time, and it would be enough. Originally, with 3 people joining forces to kill him, he would really have a slim chance of surviving. But now, he had the strength to fight. Yi Yuan casually swallowed a heavenly pill. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Shang's expression changed again, and he said in a solemn voice, "Stop playing, attack together and kill him. His speed is very fast. I'll tie him down, and you guys wait for an opportunity to make a move. Don't give him any chance. This time, we mustn't fail again." Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, nodded at the same time. They did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan anymore as well. Swaz. Plus Qi Shang took a step and directly disappeared. His speed was actually significantly faster than Meng Jin. Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him and similarly took a step, disappearing. The 2 people exhibited incredible speed inside this Blood Cloud Grand Array. Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, actually could not quite keep up. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Qi Shang's speed was actually so fast. He was actually being tied down by him for some time. Qi Shang was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful, raising his speed to the extreme. He continuously used powerful attacks to cut off Yi Yuan's path, curbing Yi Yuan's speed. While Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, attempted to form an encirclement around Yi Yuan. But the 2 of them were too slow. They were always slow by 1 move. Each time, when the encirclement momentum was about to form, Yi Yuan would be like a fish that escaped the net, slipping out with a whoosh. Meng Jin yelled out angrily, "Little thief, when this seat catches you, I'll definitely tear your corpse to shreds." Qi Shang also said gloomily, "Continuing like this isn't the way to go. This boy is too cunning." Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. His attacks could not lock onto Yi Yuan at all, and he could only use large area attacks to cut him off. This process was actually the process of fighting a battle of wits and a contest of strength. His cutting off act was very purposeful. The goal was naturally to form an encirclement momentum, making Yi Yuan have nowhere to escape. Each time, Yi Yuan seemed to be simply flying away like a headless fly. But in the end, he could always make his getaway. In Qi Shang's heart, he could not help feeling stifled from anger. "Qi Shang, your attacks are too stupid. Do you really think that I'm a fish in a net, allowing you to do whatever you want?" Yi Yuan's mocking came from the void. Qi Shang was furious and said in a solemn voice, "Humph! Kid, just you run. Even if you can flee for 7 days inside the blood cloud Grand Array, so what? 7 days later, your grand bright jade complete heaven will already be our blood race's territory. At that time, there will be a large group of great beyond powerhouses waiting for you outside. I want to see whether or not you can escape out of grand bright jade complete heaven." Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart, but he maintained his composure and said, Want to goad me? You're too naive." Qi Shang smiled and said, "Lord Yishui brought 9 mighty great beyond powerhouses and over 400 hegemon realm powerhouses and descended upon grand bright jade complete heaven. Do you think that they still have hope of survival? Go on and flee. Your loved ones and friends are probably already pretty much dead. The moment 7 days are up, you can be reunited with them." Yi Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. This was likely not fake. Although this blood cloud Grand Array was powerful, with Mi Tian's strength, he could most likely crack it. It just needed some time. If it was really like this, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven situation was not good. Chapter 3091 Bitter Fight. Chapter 3091 Bitter Fight. In the blood cloud, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Qi Shang 3 people stopped too, looking at Yi Yuan calmly, revealing smug smiles. This boy was indeed as rumored. What? Going to risk your life? Qi Shang said with a smile. Yi Yuan's expression was grim, and he said, "If you all want to fight, let's fight then." Meng Jin laughed loudly and said, "An Emperor Sakra Heaven is going to put up a desperate fight with us. I'm so scared." Ha ha ha. Yu Lei also smiled and said, "A puny little Emperor Sakra Heaven, do you really take yourself to be the savior? Just the hegemon realms outside are as many as several hundred people. What can you change if you go? Under our blood race's iron hooves, everything will be destroyed." The current Qi Shang was not in a hurry and said with a smile, "Lord Yishui really foretells things with divine accuracy. These words were taught to me by Lord Yishui. He said that after saying them, you'll definitely fight. It's indeed the case." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "What else did he say?" Qi Shang said, "He even repeatedly urged us not to underestimate the enemy and to dispose of you straight away. But we still underestimated the enemy. It's just that looking at it now, this step was likely within Lord Yishui's expectations too." Talking up to here, he was a little embarrassed, as said. Reality proved that Lord Yishui's knowledge was far from what he could compare to. But it also proved Lord Yishui's horror even more. A hegemon against an Emperor Sakra Heaven was like an immortal against a mortal. They could not muster up a trace of interest at all. Killing them was just a matter of huffing a breath of air. No matter how monstrous this person was in other people's words. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked in his heart too. This Yishui was extraordinary. The strong were revered in this world. Martial strength could represent everything. All schemes and intrigues were utterly not worth mentioning in front of powerful martial strength. But this did not mean that intelligence was useless. Those who work with their brains ruled, and those who work with their brawn were ruled. Only by having powerful martial strength combined with a powerful mind could one truly become a powerhouse of a region, ruling an area. With empty martial strength, one was just an ignorant person. Even if it was a hegemon realm, it was also not impossible to be toyed with by people. Just like the Meng Jin earlier, he was toyed by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. He even thought that Yi Yuan was amazing. This way, since this person attacked Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was probably already fully prepared. Him being trapped inside the blood cloud Grand Array was just a part of the plan. This Yishui was not simple. What he was scheming was huge. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not hold back anymore. He was about to charge out of the blood cloud Grand Array. After 7 days, it would really have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he went out, it would be a road that led to death too. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll decide again after killing you guys." Qi Shang could not help laughing and said, "Kid, you're merely a little fast. Do you really think that you can pick a fight with hegemon realms? Moreover, there are 3 of us." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "It's indeed a little troublesome to kill you guys now. So, I planned on becoming a little stronger before taking action. But now I changed my mind." Qi Shang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. The origin in his body poured out and he said coolly, "Is that so? Then try receiving a sword from me." There was an additional blood sword in Qi Shang's hand. It emitted incomparably thick blood and evil energy. This sword had drunk G.O.D. knew how many people's blood. This was a grade 5 Grandmist treasure. The moment it attacked, the power was formidable. But Meng Jin and Yu Lei did not have the intention of taking action. Yu Lei smiled and said, "Qi Shang, this guy got serious. This kid still doesn't know how strong Qi Shang is." Meng Jin nodded and said, "Qi Shang is the #1 person under peak hegemon in the blood race. If he gets serious, the likes of us will have to turn tail and run too, let alone a mere Emperor Sakra heaven." Yu Lei said, "Against blood drawing sword technique 18 moves, I wonder how many moves can this boy receive? How many moves? Are you insulting Qi Shang?" Meng Jin immediately disapproved of it. Clearly, these 3 people were led by Qi Shang. His strength was also the strongest among the 3 people. Qi Shang pointed his long sword. Yi Yuan only felt a blood sent hitting him head-on, virtually knocking him out. "Yi Yuan, my blood drawing 10 moves. Each move is stronger than the last. When 18 moves are executed, I dare to contend with peak hegemons. You see how many moves you can receive." Qi Shang's words carried thick mockery. He could not stand Yi Yuan looking down on him. First move, blood soul slash. H. Plus, Qi Shang slashed out with his sword. The blood cloud was actually directly split in half by him, like cleaving a wave. Yu Lei, 2 people had cold smiles hanging on their faces. It was as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being split into 2. But at this time, for Astonies, HI plus ing bloodline powers poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these 4 phantoms, appeared in east, west, south, and north directions. At this time, the 4 great true spirit bloodlines in Yi Yuan's body actually all reached peak Heaven Qian grade already. The current power was no idea how much stronger than when he was at Heavenly Dragon Island. The 4 symbols resonated. Traces of Saint Force poured into the Myriad Realms mountains. The 7 Myriad Realms mountains merged into one. Immediately, the 7 Myriad Realms mountains shone with boundless radiance and gave off an incomparable power. The 7 Myriad Realms mountains were re-sanctified by Yi Yuan with 9 array element. The power of this chaos heavenly treasure coupled with the world's strongest 9-element array formation, the increase in power was not a tiny bit. Saint Force. How is this possible? Yu Lei cried out in surprise, shock all over his face. An Emperor Sakra heaven actually used Saint Force. Under the augmentation of Saint Force, the power of the Myriad Realms mountains obtained a huge amplification. Qi Shang's pupils also constricted, but he already slashed his sword out. They naturally had to determine a victor. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, an unparalleled bloody light and a pale light collided together. Boom! A loud rumble sounded out. Yi Yuan and Qi Shang shot backward. Yi Yuan's entire body shook violently. A trace of fresh blood was already seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was quite injured. This Qi Shang was too strong. But Qi Shang 3 people were long already stupefied. The opponent was just an Emperor Sakra heaven. He actually blocked the sword move of the blood race's #1 ordinary hegemon. This sort of thing, no one would dare to believe it at all if it spread. All beneath Hegemon were ants. This sentence was not just empty words. What Hegemon realm used was the Tao of origin. Emperor Sacra Heaven, even if it was origin powerhouses, they only slightly learned the rudiments too. There was no effusion of the door of eternal life at all. Without the increase of power through the door of eternal life origin, it was simply impossible for Emperor Sacra Heavens to be a match for Hegemon realms. But now Yi Yuan was defying the heavens. This guy actually used the Saint Force that only great beyond powerhouses could use. Then he activated a chaos heavenly treasure and battled with the Hegemon realm. Yi Yuan wiped away the blood stain from the corners of his mouth and said with a cold smile, Hegemon realm is nothing more than this too. Come, fight again. Finished saying, Yi Yuan actually urged the Myriad Realms Mountain and took the initiative to launch an attack against Qi Shang. Qi Shang's expression became very ugly. Raising his sword and advancing again, he cried out angrily, second move, tide of jade blood, die. This sword actually received the resonance of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Blood Cloud Grand Array's origin of blood actually had an enhancement effect on Qi Shang's sword move. Boom! The void trembled again. The two people separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was sent flying again, but he still only sustained injuries. Qi Shang's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was already very certain. Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to fight with a Hegemon realm. Saint Force was too scary. Chapter 3092. Gaining Enlightenment on Tao with Battle. Chapter 3092. Gaining Enlightenment on Tao with Battle. There are still 16 moves. Execute them, and I'll receive them all. Yi Yuan looked at Qi Shang and said coolly. Qi Shang's expression turned slightly dark. At this time, he could no longer care about face. Attack together. This boy is likely trying to gain enlightenment on Tao with battle. Can't let him succeed. Kill him. Qi Shang said in a solemn voice. Yulei and Meng Jin's hearts turned cold. How could they still dare to be neglectful? Yi Yuan's monstrousness far exceeded their expectations. Everyone said that reputation was not as good as meeting in the flesh. At this time, they finally understood why Progenitor and Lord Yi Shui would regard an Emperor Sacra Heaven so highly. In fact, in order to deal with him, they did not scant to consume a Blood Ward bead. One had to know that the Blood Ward bead was extremely valuable to Progenitor. Cultivating the supreme great Tao with the blood from all the heavens was the function of the Blood Ward bead. Each Blood Ward bead could only be cultivated with the fresh blood of hundreds of millions of living things. When they learned that they had to use the Blood Cloud Grand Array against Yi Yuan, they all felt that it was using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a waste of talent on trivial tasks. But only now did they deeply realize that it was not overboard at all. No wonder Yi Shui would send you here. You're a clever man. That's right. I'm indeed thinking of gaining enlightenment on Tao with battle. It will have to depend on whether you kill me first or whether I gain enlightenment on Tao first. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Right now, it was a little too taxing for Yi Yuan to face off against Qi Shang, let alone to deal with three great hegemons. Therefore, this was a path of no return. Either you die or I perish. Plus at this time, Qi Shang three people no longer held anything back. The three people formed a triangle, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. The moment they made their move, the commotion was shocking. 9 consecutive kills. Heaven-splitting axe. Dark night blood explosion. With Qi Shang three people joining forces, that power was shocking to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, urging Saint Force to the extreme, pouring it into the Myriad Realms Mountain. Array Formation Universe. The Myriad Realms Mountain turned into 7 small mountains again, forming the Universe Array Formation class. HI plus ing together with the 3. With each blow, Yi Yuan had to suffer a tremendous impact, his entire person feeling like his frame was being knocked apart. The Myriad Realms Mountain separating, it was naturally not as powerful as combining into one. But, facing three great hegemons, he could only do so too. Not only were Qi Shang three people powerful, but their attacks were also even enhanced by the origin of blood in the blood cloud grand array. The three people combining powers, the offensive power was too terrifying. Yi Yuan was struggling bitterly under these three people's bombardment. Qi Shang was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was able to withstand it. If it were him, he could not have withstood it long ago. This boy almost can't make it anymore. Double up. 15th move, True Sun Blood. It was only to see Qi Shang unleashed a sword, the long sword turning into a blood-colored setting sun, as if it was going to swallow everything up. This move smashed onto the universe array formation brutally. Boom. Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily, fresh blood vomiting wildly out of his mouth, his innards virtually shattered. Qi Shang's blood-drawing sword technique had already been executed until the 15th move. The power was despairingly strong. This sword technique indeed had great power, but the further in, the pressure on him was enormous too. It could be said to be harming people and himself. Therefore, the 15th move was already his limit. Continue executing it and he was going to hurt himself. Qi Shang also did not expect that a puny little Emperor Sakra Heaven could actually force him to such an extent. However, only when he saw that Yi Yuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker did he feel slightly more at ease. Inside the blood cloud grand array, only a series of indiscriminate bombarding sounds could be heard. Yi Yuan was seriously wounded. If it were someone else, they would have long already collapsed. Gaining enlightenment at this kind of despairing moment, no one could do it at all. But at this time, Yi Yuan was frighteningly calm. Under the fierce fighting, he could feel the undulation of the blood cloud grand array even more distinctly. This was the strongest origin of blood in this world. Within Yi Yuan's body, 4 kinds of true spirit bloodlines were being controlled by his origin of blood and operating in a special way. The 4 great true spirit bloodlines seemed to have a resonance. Although Yi Yuan had intercepted the Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood, his understanding of the origin of blood was already completely different. The Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood was very tyrannical and evil, and it pursued the limits of power. But Yi Yuan had tread out his own Tao after A.S. simulating the origin of blood. And at this time, Yi Yuan corroborated his own Tao with the blood cloud grand array one by one, learned from others' strong points while overcoming the weak points, and gradually had a new comprehension. Blood, the feeling that it gives people is always ominous. Blood, it represents getting injured, represents death. But it represents flesh and blood living things. In this world, all living things with flesh would have blood. It is a part of life. Furthermore, it's a very important part. The Chaos Bloodstone drew the purest power of flesh and blood living beings in all the heavens to strengthen himself, and let himself transcend the great beyond. But he can't represent the origin of blood. Chaos, origin of blood, bloodline power. What lets bloodline return to the earliest phase is chaos. Yi Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The bloodline power in his body was already boiling over. The 4 great true spirit bloodlines had always been operating within his body but had clear distinctions from each other. 4 kinds of bloodline power, they were equally powerful but incompatible like water and fire. But at this time they actually showed signs of fusion. With this fusion, the strength within Yi Yuan's body seemed to have exploded. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from his bloodline. Roar! 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 Behind Yi Yuan, the 4 symbols phantoms emitted shocking furious roars at the same time, and the overwhelming auras actually started to skyrocket. And their bodies also became more solid. At this time, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these 4 phantoms, seemingly became 4 genuine chaos true spirits. Seeing this shocking transformation, Qi Shang's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm, This is Chaos Grade True Spirit Bloodline. How is this possible? How can a mortal body possibly change qualitatively into an innate chaos true spirit bloodline? Yulei was similarly incomparably shocked as he said, innate chaos true spirits, there were a total of 5 that were born in this world. 3 of them died in progenitors' hands. It's simply impossible for chaos-grade bloodline to change qualitatively postnatal. How did he do it? After the shock, Qi Shang felt his scalp tingle and he bellowed, "Quick! Use your trump cards. We can't let him succeed in transforming." Qi Shang did not dare to imagine how terrifying a power would be produced if 4 great chaos true spirit bloodlines gathered in one body at the same time. Therefore, he did not dare to wait anymore. Even if he injured himself and his strength declined greatly, he had to risk it all too. Only to see BLOODY light on his body surging to the sky, the blood sword in his hand becoming incomparably scarlet, looking unbelievably sinister. And Qi Shang's aura actually suddenly broke through the limits, becoming incomparably close to peak hegemon. The current Qi Shang was akin to a fiend G.O.D. 18th move, Wrath of the Blood G.O.D. On the other side, Yulei and Meng Jin's expressions similarly changed wildly. At this moment, they no longer held anything back and used their strongest blow. After executing this kind of trump card ultimate technique, it would either be a huge drain, leaving them powerless to fight anymore, or it would harm themselves, making it very difficult to recover. Qi Shang's Wrath of the Blood G.O.D. belonged to the latter, while Yulei and Meng Jin's moves belonged to the former. But without a doubt, after they used it at this time, even heaven and earth trembled because of it. 3 terrifying to the extreme attacks arrived in an instant, converging at where Yi Yuan was standing. Chapter 3093. Chaos Grade Bloodlines Power. Chapter 3093. Chaos Grade Bloodlines Power. Boom. An intense rumble reverberated throughout the entire blood cloud SPAC. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at was virtually engulfed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The terrifying pressure of the 4 symbols' true spirits also completely vanished under this combined attack. Qi Shang felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, "I really didn't expect that killing a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven actually needed this seat to use Wrath of the Blood G.O.D. With this, without 1,000 years of cultivation, I can forget about recovering to my peak state." Meanwhile, Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people who had wilted auras, their conditions were far worse than before. In this final strike, they exerted all of their strength too. Luckily, the mission is considered complete. Our blood race has eliminated a great calamity in our hearts, Meng Jin said with some lingering fear. Before this, he absolutely would not have admitted that a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven would be the hidden danger in the blood race's heart, even if this person was so and so monstrous in the rumors. But now, he was in great admiration with progenitor and Lord Yi Shui's cautiousness. While Qi Shang was very careful and said, "Meng Jin, go and confirm it." Meng Jin nodded his head and headed towards that cloud of mist. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That cloud of mist actually suddenly started to spin, forming an energy vortex. The vortex grew larger and increasingly stronger. In a twinkle, the energy vortex started to devour the blood cloud grand array's power. Countless red lights were sucked in by the energy vortex. Qi Shang's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, What's going on here?" Yulei said in shock, "The blood cloud grand array's power is actually being drawn away. Could it be that that boy didn't die?" Just as they were speaking, a figure gradually appeared in the energy vortex. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Not only did Yi Yuan not die, furthermore his strength at this time was currently rising rapidly. Qi Shang was dumbfounded and said, Is he breaking through? He's absorbing the blood cloud grand array's power to break through? G got to be kidding? The energy of blood could only be absorbed by the blood race. Once powerhouses of other races absorbed it, their own origins would also be corrupted. Not only would they be unable to break through, but it would also even sever their cultivation path. But now, Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the energy of blood. Inside the vortex, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "The Tao of blood is a great Tao, it isn't exclusive to your blood race. My 4 great bloodlines have just stepped into chaos grade, and just happen to need the nourishment of these energies of blood. Thanks a lot." Yi Shui carefully planned this assassination. But he did not expect he actually gave me a big gift, right? The hearts of Qi Shang 3 people sank to rock bottom. This guy was actually using the energy of blood that they bitterly collected to strengthen himself, only to see that there were 4 small and exquisite 4 great true spirits in front of Yi Yuan's chest, currently slowly rotating. Those energies of blood that were absorbed were currently pouring into their bodies. And Yi Yuan's aura also rose immensely during this. We can't let him break through. Kill again. Qi Shang knew that things were amiss, and he used another Wrath of the Blood G.O.D. without hesitation. Although Yu Lei and Meng Jin were somewhat short on strength, they could not care that much at this time either, overdrawing on the power of origin and SMAs. Hi+ing toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. Except, the power of their moves was much worse compared to earlier. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Even your strongest moves couldn't kill me. Isn't it too laughable to come and try to kill me again now? Just nice, I can use you all to measure the power of chaos-grade bloodline." In the vortex, the pressure on Yi Yuan's burst forth once more. This time, the pressure of the bloodlines made the entire SPAC tremble. Innate chaos-grade bloodline. Furthermore, it was 4 types of bloodlines combining. In terms of level, it was already completely not worse than progenitor bloodstone. The only thing that Yi Yuan was lacking in was just level of attainment. But, facing Qi Shang, these 3 people, it was enough. The bloodline power of the 4 symbols phantoms gathered on Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. The terrifying Saint force exploded like an erupting volcano. Before even class Hi+ing, Qi Shang already felt the pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. 4 symbols. Heading for sainthood. This punch of Yi Yuan's slammed right toward Meng Jin. Meng Jin only felt like the sky was going to collapse. The ultimate move that he overdrew on origin power to use was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan's punch. Boom. A loud noise. Meng Jin's body was directly turned into nothingness. He was directly obliterated by that powerful saint force. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei were directly sent flying away by this tremendous force. Their ultimate moves were directly dispersed. Qi Shang and Yu Lei looked at Yi Yuan at the same time, shock and horror on their faces. The power of this punch was also too terrifying, right? This kind of punch, if it was thrown out by a hegemon realm, they would not be surprised at all. But Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakra Heaven. Chaos-grade bloodline was actually utterly horrifying. Killing a hegemon realm with 1 punch, this kind of strength, even if it was hegemon realms, it could not be done too. Blood race hegemons were notorious for being hard to kill. Their recovery ability was more than 10,000 times of Emperor Sakra Heaven's. Wanting to thoroughly kill blood race hegemons was virtually something impossible. But Yi Yuan did it. For a moment, the 2 people actually did not dare to step forward anymore. But they could not get out of this blood cloud grand array too. The current state was really awkward. When Yi Yuan broke through his realm, he would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. This was also to say that they were quietly awaiting death. This kind of sensation really made people despair. Yi Yuan withdrew his fist, very satisfied with the power of this punch. The lethality of Saint Force was indeed not what ordinary origins could compare to. This kind of power that originated from the door of eternal life was extremely mysterious. No one could say clearly what it was. But it was just powerful. Being able to jump realms and battle, What Yi Yuan relied on was naturally this. After breaking through to Chaos-grade bloodline, Yi Yuan could clearly feel that the four great bloodlines underwent a transformation from quantitative to qualitative. Even if it was an independent bloodline, the power could not even be mentioned in the same breath. No wonder the four great true spirit clans had always been the 33 heavens' top race. If not for Heavenless, Samsara, and Progenitor Bloodstone, these freaks emerging, Mi Tian would be in that apex group in this world. After I broke through, I should have the strength to fight with peak hegemons, right? Yi Yuan said a little excitedly. The energy vortex grew larger and larger. The blood cloud grand array started trembling. Qi Shang and Yulei looked at each other, the look in their eyes becoming more and more seemingly in despair. A day later, the vortex dissipated. Yi Yuan walked out of it. At this time, he already reached Upper Emperor Sakra Heaven and was only a step away from Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. When he reached Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, Yi Yuan would be able to bombard the door of eternal life, and assault that fleeting and ephemeral realm of hegemon. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Qi Shang and Yulei completely broke down. Even if you kill us, you can't get out of the blood cloud grand array too. When you go out, Lord Yi Shui will already be waiting for you. Qi Shang said, threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Is that so? Then, I'll go out first before killing you guys, alright? Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised a fist, saint force encircling, and he struck at the horizon. Boom! A deafening rumble that shocked the ears could be heard. A huge hole was actually punched out by him. Qi Shang's two eyes became wide saucers, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? Chapter 3094. Sacrificing Lives for Justice. Chapter 3094. Sacrificing Lives for Justice. The mountain pass' gates shattered. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses suffered countless casualties. After 3 days of fighting, more than half of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's elites were dead or injured. Even if it was hegemon realms, more than 100 died too. As for below hegemon realm, the casualties were even beyond counting. This war was tragic to the extreme. Of course, the blood race did not get off cheap either, similarly suffering heavy losses. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses were completely risking their lives, completely disregarding casualties. Different from the other heavens, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's cohesiveness was hair-raisingly strong. Even Yi Shui was visibly moved by it too. He thought that an absolute advantage would destroy these people's will to fight very soon and make them fall apart and run away. However, it did not. In fact, those powerhouses that were brought back from all the heavens also fought until the last drop of blood one after another. However, the blood race had a powerful recovery ability. In contrast, their losses were much smaller. Around the vicinity of Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall, a large group of hegemon realm powerhouses gathered. Feng Xiaotian led more than 10 hegemon realms and was currently defending nearby the main hall to the death. He was dyed in blood all over, his aura disorderly, but his fighting spirit rose to the sky. Haha, Feng Xiaotian, you all are risking your lives to defend this region of S.P.A.C. It looks like there's really good stuff here. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Heaven volume should be in here. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a loud laugh. Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice, So what if yes? Blood Promise grinned and said, Do you still want to have a cornered beast fight? In your current state, how long can you last? Feng Xiaotian wiped away the blood stains at the corners of his mouth and said proudly, As long as I'm alive, you can forget about taking half a step into the Extreme Light Pavilion. In the midst of the fierce battle, an attack almost destroyed the Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall. This was the entrance to the Extreme Light Pavilion. It was also the location of the Heaven volume. It was where the foundation of grand bright jade complete heaven lay. It was naturally impossible for Feng Xiaotian to passively watch the extreme light pavilion's SPAC be destroyed, so he sacrificed himself to block this attack. But, like this, it exposed the importance of this place too. Regarding this kind of SPAC, it was very easy to hide from those below hegemon. But it naturally could not be concealed from a powerhouse like Blood Promise. Hence, Blood Promise gathered a large number of hegemon realms and attacked this place fiercely. Originally, Feng Xiaotian had dozens of hegemon realms around him. But, in order to protect this place, they had nowhere to retreat and were unable to bypass the battle. They could only resist head-on. After 3 days, there were only over 10 hegemon realms left around Feng Xiaotian. Furthermore, each and every one was severely wounded. Like a mantis blocking a chariot. Feng Xiaotian, you and I have fought for so many years. Killing you today, it's really a little melancholic. Attack together. Destroy this region of SPAC and SNATCH the heaven volume. Under his word of command, dozens of hegemon realms rushed over like the wind. Feng Xiaotian took the lead and went to meet the arriving enemies. The fresh blood on his body added some desolate slaughter aura. More than 10 people versus dozens of people, this was a completely unfair battle. But no one retreated. Zitsong, Mingjiang, the two of you protect my flanks. After the others enter the hall, leave Blood Promise they all to me. Feng Xiaotian shouted fiercely. There was no need for him to instruct. These two people were long already covering his flank. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang, these two people were his comrades when he was at South Qi Giant City. Their cooperation had long already had a tacit agreement. South Qi Giant City was a meat grinder, but it also gave birth to a large number of powerhouses. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang were outstanding talents among them. Originally, it was very difficult for them to break through to hegemon realm. But Yi Yuan made the Chaos Origin formation. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang, two people, broke through to hegemon realm in one stroke. These two people had undergone trials in South Qi Giant City for many years. They were both people who were used to fighting, their combat power being extremely formidable. That was how they lived until now. However, they were already arrows at the end of their flight too. Fighting in close quarters, facing the powerful attacks of dozens of hegemons, this group of people seemed to be struggling. Of course, the most stressful one was naturally Feng Xiaotian. He was currently still facing 6 great peak hegemons by himself. And on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side, there was only him alone left. But, facing such great disparity in strength, no one retreated. Facing this battle situation of 10 over people, Blood Promise actually still failed to take them down after a long battle. This group of people was too tenacious. Jin Yu, you go and cut off the flank. We'll surround and besiege Feng Xiaotian again. Blood Promise suddenly said. Okay. Jin Yu was also one of the peak hegemons. After receiving the order, he turned around and headed for the flank. Feng Xiaotian's heart sank, but he was already powerless to stop it. He was currently holding on entirely based on one breath. Regardless of whether it was spirit or physical body, they had all already reached the limit. Jin Yu's figure drew a blood-colored arc in the air, flying straight for Zhou Zitsong. Be careful, Zitsong. Feng Xiaotian's both eyes turned blood-red, crying out fiercely. But Zhou Zitsong laughed loudly and said, Ha, perfect. City Lord Feng, old Zhou, will be making a move first. Finished saying that, he looked at Jin Yu and said with a loud laugh, D-A-M-N-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Want to kill me, Zhou Zitsong, it will break your teeth. Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Zhou Zitsong's entire person seemed to incarnate into a blazing fire, the aura on his body suddenly rising to an extremely terrifying level. He was only a hair's breadth away from peak hegemon. Feng Xiaotian was facing 5 great peak hegemons and naturally could not get away. But how could he not feel Zhou Zitsang's situation? But at this moment, he felt relieved. Ha ha ha, take care, old Zhou. This Feng will be following right away. Feng Xiaotian suddenly laughed heroically and said. Zhou Zitsang had a calm look, holding a long saber in his hand, and swept across horizontally. Pucci! A hegemon realm head-on could not avoid it in time and was directly obliterated by this blade. And this blade's momentum did not reduce. It was as if it was going to split apart this firmament, flying straight for Jin Yu. Jin Yu's expression changed slightly. He felt the sharpness of this blade. The power of this blade definitely already reached the level of a peak hegemon. If he resisted it head-on, it would definitely be the outcome of mutual defeat. It was only to see Jin Yu's expression flicker, his body flying out in the air, attempting to dodge this blade. At this moment, he retreated. Either way, this saber of Zhou Zitsang's had already depleted his life force. He was deader than dead. A frontal confrontation was not worth it. Ha ha ha, coward! You don't even dare to receive a blade from your father. Go to hell. Amidst the loud laugh, Zhou Zitsang's saber momentum turned, chasing right after Jin Yu, forcing him to accept the challenge. Jin Yu was greatly shocked, because this saber was too fast. No time to think too much, he turned around and dealt a blow. Boom! In the void, 2 powerful attacks collided together fiercely. Pfft! Jin Yu spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling like all the blood in his body was blowing apart. This saber of Zhou Zitsang's still inflicted heavy wounds on him. But at this time, Zhou Zitsang's body fell down softly, falling from the air. He had already stopped breathing. Madman! Really a bunch of lunatics! Jin Yu cursed angrily. This group of people was simply a bunch of madmen. Not a single person escaped. All of them fought to the last breath. Zhou Zitsang was merely an ordinary hegemon, but he erupted with shocking combat power, inflicting heavy wounds on him, this peak hegemon. This was something unimaginable in other places. However, before he recovered from the shock, another shocking attack erupted above the void again, flying straight for him. Jin Yu felt all the hair on his body stand on end, only feeling the scent of death coming head-on. City Lord Feng, Old Song will also be making a move first. Ha ha ha, dog thing, die. Song Mingjiang's voice reverberated throughout the heavens. Chapter 3095. I dye the blue sky with my blood. Chapter 3095. I dye the blue sky with my blood. Zitsang, Mingjiang, you guys take care. The current Feng Xiaotian was unusually calm. His whole life was a lifetime of fighting and conquering. He had seen too many partings of life and death. Being entrenched in the besieged South Qi giant city in the past, God knew how many fellow officers around him had left him. He had long already become indifferent to it. However, this did not mean that he was not furious. Zhou Zitsang and Song Mingjiang were his left and right arms. They were extremely close to him. These 2 people also made tremendous contributions in blocking the enemy outside South Qi giant city. Jin Yu was already seriously wounded by these 2 people's desperate attacks and virtually did not have the strength to fight anymore. This was exchanged by Zhou Zitsang and Song Mingjiang with their lives. They only did it for that steadfastness in their hearts. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was their home. Even if they risked their lives, they had to protect this hot soil too. Feng Xiaotian was the same. Feng Xiaotian, it looks like you already have some awareness. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and was immensely pleased with himself. The people around Feng Xiaotian got fewer and fewer. Apart from Zhou Zitsang and Song Mingjiang, the other people's combat power was clearly much worse. This bone that was difficult to bite down on was finally chomped down by him. This group of powerhouses that Feng Xiaotian led was clearly Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's core force. If they died, Grand bright jade complete heaven would be tantamount to being finished. Looking at this scene, a hint of decisiveness flitted across Feng Xiaotian's face. Humph! I, Feng Xiaotian, have fought with the blood race for thousands of years. I've long already left life and death out of my consideration. Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? However, if you want me to die, you all will have to pay a great price too. Boom. It was only to see Feng Xiaotian snort coldly, the aura on his body suddenly erupting. Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Feng Xiaotian's life force started burning crazily. I dye the blue sky with my blood. Wind. Thunder. Transformation. All of a sudden, Feng Xiaotian's body spurted wildly with fresh blood, wind and thunder, two great origins, were wandering around him frenziedly. Fresh blood rippled in heaven and earth, and it actually gave birth to another Feng Xiaotian. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus. Suddenly, dozens of Feng Xiaotians appeared above the void. These dozens of Feng Xiaotians, each one was a peak ordinary hegemon. Furthermore, the auras were exactly the same. Bloodprami's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Each one is real?" The other blood race hegemons also felt their scalps tingle one by one. Reaching their level of realm, illusion attacks were simply useless skills. Each person had a unique origin aura on their bodies. Hegemon realms could easily differentiate which was the real self. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it could not imitate the aura of the main body too. But Feng Xiaotian's illusions were different. These illusions were all condensed and formed by him cooperating with origin aura with blood essence. They were created by him at the expense of him burning his life as the price. This move could only be used once in a lifetime. This was the last time. Blood Promise knew Feng Xiaotian too well, and he knew all of his moves. But he had never seen before this move. Too outrageous. Above the void, dozens of Feng Xiaotians had cold eyes and stark murderous intent, as if hundreds of wild beasts were staring at the blood race's powerhouses. Kill! Dozens of Feng Xiaotians shouted angrily in unison, their voices shaking the sky, charging towards the blood race's hegemons. Boom! 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 Above the sky of Extreme Medicine Sect's main peak, it suddenly exploded. Feng Xiaotians had unstoppable momentum, akin to one proud sun after another, blowing through the sky. Those blood race hegemons originally held the absolute advantage. But this advantage was reversed in an instant. 3 Feng Xiaotians charged straight for Jinyu, fury surging to the sky. The 3 people's fist winds fluttered, bombarding the severely injured Jinyu without pulling his punches in the slightest. He wanted to take revenge for his brothers. Jinyu was severely damaged by the 2 ordinary hegemons. He had not caught his breath yet, and Feng Xiaotian had already come. Seeing the situation, Jinyu was in horror. He was currently greatly weakened. How could he be the enraged Feng Xiaotian's match? Before yelling out, "Save me," these 2 words, the 3 Feng Xiaotians had already arrived. Fist images permeated, slamming down like a storm, directly engulfing Jinyu. At the same time, 20 Feng Xiaotian clones counter-checkmated Blood Promise, and 5 top hegemons instead. Feng Xiaotian corroborated his Tao with battle. Even if his clones only had the strength of ordinary hegemons, his combat power was strong to the extreme too. These 20 Feng Xiaotian clones directly suppressed the 5 great peak hegemons. Woo woo woo. The sound of wind blew across the sky, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. It was as if lamenting the hegemons who died. In the encirclement of 3 great supreme hegemons, Zhuobufan's sword energy crisscrossed, standing rock solid. But at this time, he let out a sigh and said sorrowfully, "Have a safe trip, brother." Cloudmount was also in the heat of battle with 2 great supreme hegemons. Feeling Feng Xiaotian's aura, he had hot tears in his eyes as he said, "Fine lad, got guts. Rest Shured, us old fellows will definitely kill off the blood dogs and avenge you. Mi Tion's gaze turned dark, feeling his heart aching, the strength in his hands growing a little heavier. After coming to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this place left an extremely deep impression on him. Having fought against the blood race for thousands of years, the Heaven One Alliance's unyielding and hot-bloodedness was what he had never seen before despite wandering through all the heavens. Unknowingly, he was infected too. The geniuses here might not be that monstrous, but they all had a stubborn and tenacious spirit. Feng Xiaotian was even above average among them. Regarding Feng Xiaotian, Mi Tian thought very highly of him and personally gave him guidance many times too. Today, Feng Xiaotian's blood spilled in the sky, using his hot blood to fight until the last moment. Opposite Mi Tian, Yi Shui's face also revealed a hint of respect. Although we're enemies, you all have earned our respect. Mi Tian, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, is different from the others. Yi Shui lamented. That tone was as if chatting with an old friend. Yi Shui dominated the blood race army and swept across all the heavens. But not a single place was as tenacious as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Even in an absolute inferior position, no one stepped back too. Every single one was willing to lay down their lives and spill their hot blood for this hot soil. Even until now, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was already more than half lost, their combat power greatly reduced. But they did not show the slightest signs of collapse too. Feng Xiaotian even pushed this solemn and stirring fighting spirit to the pinnacle. Those powerhouses who were still fighting dauntlessly in BLOODY battles at this moment, it was as if their blood was immolated. Many people's eyes had hot tears but became even more valiant and vigorous. The four great true spirit clans' powerhouses had already completely integrated into this collective at this time too. As if Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had become their second home. An Astonies. HI plus ing imposing momentum condensed and formed. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sounds lingered incessantly, but the auras of the Feng Xiaotians became weaker and weaker. Finally, the illusions dissipated one by one, and the fighting sound became weaker and weaker. Above the sky of the main peak, it was in ruins. The dozens of blood race hegemons originally were actually more than half dead and injured at this time. The remaining ones similarly had disorderly auras, their strength greatly diminished. Above the void, a figure stood proudly. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air, glaring ahead, his entire body covered in blood. That fighting spirit that billowed to the sky still had not dissipated. But the current Feng Xiaotian no longer had any aura on his body. His life force was already burned out. An era's God of War had fallen. Chapter 3096. God of War Never Dies. Chapter 3096. God of War Never Dies. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in midair, his aura surging to the sky, not dissipating for a long time. That shocking fighting spirit actually supported his physical body from falling down. He just stood at the entrance of the Extreme Light Pavilion, glaring at all of the blood race's powerhouses. He was akin to a furious Vajra, guarding Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's last foundation. For a moment there was actually no one who dared to step forward, including Blood Promise. The entire battlefield actually fell into a brief respite because of his demise. Yi Shui had a somber expression, and he said solemnly, fighting spirit condensing without dissipating, causing great Tao resonance. If he didn't die, he should have broken through to Supreme Hegemon in one stroke, right? This person is admirable. Such an opponent made a powerhouse like Yi Shui visibly move too. In reality, many blood race powerhouses revealed looks of respect on their faces too. Although he was dead, his soul was still alive. Mi Tian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all closed their eyes in pain. City Lord Feng, goodbye. We won't disgrace you. We'll definitely make the blood dogs pay a terrible price. City Lord Feng, your unfinished business, we'll definitely help you finish it. Many heroes quietly shed tears at this time. They were sending Feng Xiaotian off with their eyes, sending away the hero in their hearts. Yishui looked at Mi Tian and said, Your grand bright jade complete heaven has too many fine lads. Now that the situation has played out like this, are you still insisting on sacrificing their lives? As long as you surrender, I can plead with progenitor on your behalf to spare them from death. Mi Tian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Yishui, are you joking? Feng Xiaotian's corpse has yet to turn cold. He dyed the blue sky with his hot blood and is currently watching us in heaven. Which one of us do you think dares to take a step back? Actually, Yishui had long already antic. 1p aided the result, but he still said it. Hearing what Mi Tian said, Yishui smiled lightly, then recovered to that unrivaled powerhouse again, and said coolly, Since that's the case, then we'll be irreconcilable till death. Everyone, obey my order. Slaughter grand bright jade complete heaven, and spare not even fowls and dogs. Blood promise break through the extreme light pavilions S, P, A, C, and SN. A, T, C. H the heaven volume. Whose H. Plus under his word of command, the brief respite was broken once again. Battle cries that shook the heavens sounded out again. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and actually wavered a little and did not advance. The current Feng Xiaotian, regardless of whether it was fighting spirit or aura, it was all still at his peak state, without dissipating at all. Especially that pair of furious eyes, it was currently staring right at him, as if they were going to devour him. In terms of momentum, he had already lost. He swallowed his saliva, seemingly emboldening himself as he said, Feng Xiaotian, do you think that you can still frighten this seed after you're dead? Finished saying, Blood Promise raised a fist and smashed toward Feng Xiaotian viciously. Right at this time, the origin power around Feng Xiaotian actually moved on its own under the situation where no one was controlling. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out. Blood Promise's entire person was actually blasted flying out. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded with shock. What's going on? Isn't Feng Xiaotian dead? How can he possibly launch an attack? Furthermore, it's even so strong? Gee, got to be kidding. Never seen before a dead man who can still launch attacks. Everyone was shocked. A dead person actually sent the peak hegemon Blood Promise flying. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Furthermore, they clearly detected that Feng Xiaotian really did not have any aura and also did not activate divine essence. Everything was all heaven and earth spiritual energy moving on its own. Blood Promise shot to his feet and cried out angrily, Feng Xiaotian, are you trying to tell me that even if you're dead, I'm not your match either? Can I, Blood Promise, still lose to a dead person today? Attack together for me. I want to see how long this guy can last. Under Blood Promise's word of command, those hegemon realm powerhouses stepped forward one after another, each displaying their divine abilities. But a force field seemingly formed around Feng Xiaotian. All attacks that arrived in his surroundings, the power of origin would be automatically generated, and then it would counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Those blood race hegemon realm powerhouses were all sent flying one after another. A blood race hegemon was not careful and was actually directly wiped out. With this, everyone was even more shocked. The dead Feng Xiaotian was actually even stronger than when he was alive. The blood race army was actually unable to break through from in front of him. Blood Promise's face was ugly to the extreme. He had already rushed over many times. But each time, he would be sent flying by a powerful attack. City Lord Feng died in battle and continues to protect Extreme Light Pavilion 2. His life force has already faded away, but his will to fight is still condensed here, not letting anyone take a step in. City Lord Feng is a god of war. God of War, hurrah! Many grand bright jade complete heaven powerhouses had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Their eyes when looking at Feng Xiaotian were full of admiration. Although Feng Xiaotian was dead, he lived on forever in people's hearts, regardless of whether it was his comrades or his enemies. Yishui said coolly, "A glorious death. Fighting spirit condensing without dissipating, drawing down heaven and earth great Tao, forming a barrier of its own. If he didn't die, his future accomplishments might not have been lower than yours and mine. This battle is exciting. This battle is tragic. However, it's also precisely because of this that your blood is even more precious. I didn't expect that 3 blood ward beads were filled up in just grand bright jade complete heaven. 3 blood ward beads were currently devouring blood energy crazily above everyone's heads. Yishui also did not expect that in a low-level plane like grand bright jade complete heaven, it could actually fill up 3 blood ward bead. This way, the 1 blood ward bead that was used up to kill Yi Yuan was no big deal anymore. One had to know that the blood energy that the blood ward bead collected was all extremely pure energy of blood. One hegemon realm might not be able to raise 1,000th of the amount too. But in grand bright jade complete heaven, everyone's will to fight was extremely fierce. This made the energy contained in their blood essence become even stronger. It was also precisely because of this that the collection of the blood ward bead became particularly easy. Mi Tian's expression was very ugly. No need to guess, and he also knew that this great battle that swept across all the heavens, which was started by the blood race, it was precisely to collect the blood ward bead. This was not a good thing. Alright, Feng Xiaotian is already dead. Yi Yuan should also already be dead now. Mi Tian, no matter to what extent this battle is fought until, you are the loser. Let us end this battle. Yishui waved his hand. The blood race army mobilized again. The great battle started again. Blood Promise and a group of hegemons attacked Feng Xiaotian crazily. No matter how strong the God of War's will, it was ultimately a masterless thing. The origins around him got lesser and lesser. The battle spirit was also about to shatter. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and said, "Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaotian, even if they all revere you as a God of War, so what? You are ultimately a dead man." Under the frenzied attacks, Feng Xiaotian's physical body started swaying, looking like it was about to fall. Blood Promise and the others seemed to be injected with stimulants and were about to rush into the Extreme Light Pavilion's SPAC. And right at this time, there was suddenly a loud noise that could be distinctly heard across the entire battlefield. That impregnable blood cloud grand array actually had an opening blasted open by someone from inside. A figure flew out swiftly at that time. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Virtually at the same time, Yishui, Blood Promise, Mi Tian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, all of them were shocked. Chapter 3097. The Last Time Fighting Side by Side. Chapter 3097. The Last Time Fighting Side by Side. This is impossible. 3 days aren't up yet. Furthermore, how can he possibly break through the blood cloud grand array? Yishui looked at Yi Yuan, who rose to the sky, staring dumbfoundedly. No one was clearer than him how strong the blood cloud grand array was. Even if a supreme hegemon was trapped, they absolutely could not come out in 3 days' time too. But now Yi Yuan came out. He prepared a certain kill scenario. The most important thing was eliminating Yi Yuan, this future trouble. In the end, it actually failed. It was not just him. The blood race powerhouses were all dumbfounded with shock. An Emperor Sakura heaven actually broke through the blood cloud grand array. Furthermore, he merely only used 3 days. Just what kind of freak is this guy? Even the blood cloud grand array actually can't trap him too. No, wait. Lord Yishui sent Qi Shang the 3 of them to go and kill Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan came out, doesn't that mean that Emperor Sakra Heaven killing Hegemon? This. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately triggered a chain reaction. Many people immediately realized that Qi Shang, the three of them, were probably fraught with grim possibilities. But it was precisely this guess that made all the Bloodkins extremely shocked. An Emperor Sakra Heaven killing three great hegemons? What else was more ridiculous than this? But Mi Tian's face revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. 3 days had passed. The Blood Cloud Grand Array did not have any activities. Actually, he no longer harbored hope. Facing three great hegemons, Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of surviving at all. But Yi Yuan gave him a pleasant surprise. This guy really killed his way out. This boy made this old man worry in vain. Cloudmount's face also revealed a hint of a smile. With this battle being fought until now, everyone's mood was heavy. Powerhouses fell one by one. Their strength was being devoured bit by bit. Now, even Feng Xiaotian died in battle too. What awaited them was only despair. But Yi Yuan killing his way out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array gave them hope. However, Yi Yuan had just flown out. His entire body trembled. He saw Feng Xiaotian, who had fighting spirit billowing to the sky, was no longer breathing. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes instantly turned blood red. The scenes from long ago replayed in his mind like a motion picture. At South Qi Giant City, that big and tall figure blocked the Blood Race Army's countless attacks. He was South Qi Giant City's God. God of War. Back then, when Yi Yuan returned, he held off several of the Blood Race's hegemons with his power alone. That resoluteness, that willpower, it was admirable. But now, he was not around anymore. The time that Yi Yuan became friends with Feng Xiaotian was not considered long, but Feng Xiaotian was one of the few people that he held in great esteem. Now, he was no longer around. Seeing that fighting spirit that rose to the sky, and a body that was teetering on the verge of collapse, Yi Yuan instantly understood something. Even death could not stop his will to protect Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too. He was not around, but his spirit was still here. Yi Yuan's throat already choked up. At this time, 2 figures scurried out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. It was precisely Qi Shang and Yulei. Qi Shang suffered a great loss of vitality. His foundation was clearly injured. Yulei's aura was somewhat unstable. Clearly, he had expended a great deal of energy. When Yi Shui saw their miserable state, his brows could not help furrowing. Where was Meng Jin? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. When Qi Shang saw Yi Shui, it was like he saw his savior. Lord Yi Shui, Yi Yuan he gained enlightenment inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array and killed Meng Jin. Qi Shang said. Idiot. Yi Shui said with a livid expression. No need to ask, and he knew that these morons must have underestimated the enemy. That was how Yi Yuan turned the tables. Although he knew that if it was him, it would probably be the same too. Who could have thought that a mere Emperor Sakra Heaven could actually really kill a hegemon realm powerhouse? The moment these words came out, everyone's heart shook. Guessing it was one thing, but it coming out of Qi Shang's mouth was another thing altogether. Yi Yuan really killed a hegemon. Furthermore, Qi Shang and Yulei were so miserable, but Yi Yuan was like the noonday sun. This made people very curious about just what happened inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Why was it totally different from the situation they imagined? However, right when everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan suddenly moved. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Qi Shang and Yulei's necks were directly clutched by Yi Yuan, holding up in the air. The powerful Qi Shang and Yulei were like little chicks in Yi Yuan's hands at this time, without the slightest strength to resist. Yi Yuan exerted force. Qi Shang and Yulei were directly wiped out. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Is he really still Emperor Sakra Heaven? Although Qi Shang they all are greatly weakened, they are still hegemon realm after all. In his hands they actually couldn't even resist? If he were to break through to hegemon realm, What would he be able to do? Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. Yi Yuan's monstrousness already exceeded their imagination. Just at the Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, and he could kill Hegemon bare-handedly. They were unable to imagine what kind of terrifying degree the Hegemon realm Yi Yuan would reach. Maybe he could confront Progenitor Bloodstone head-on? Many people trembled all over, being frightened by this thought. After killing 2 great hegemons, Yi Yuan walked toward Feng Xiaotian slowly. There were many blood race powerhouses around him, but they did not dare to step forward at all. That display just now already intimidated everyone. Yi Yuan was seemingly slow, but in reality, he was fast, walking right past Blood Promise. This place was the encirclement of the hegemons. There were still more than 50 blood race hegemons surrounding here. There were even 5 peak hegemons among them. Blood Promise did not stop him, but he let out a cold laugh. This kid was courting death. He, are you going to learn from Feng Xiaotian? To accompany him on his way? Kid, this seat will grant your Wisconsin H. Plus, Blood Promise said with a light smile. Without Mi Tian's cooperation, Yi Yuan had no way of executing the realm-crossing greater teleportation at all. Even if his spatial rule was formidable, it was impossible to escape from under the eyelids of 50 hegemon realms too. Yi Yuan was walking right into a trap. It looks like this kid has quite the relations. HI plus P with Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian died. He's going to accompany him too. So what even if he killed his way out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array? Could it be that he can still deal with so many of us hegemons by himself? I think that he sees nothing much can be done about it now, and he's prepared to be like Feng Xiaotian, just a mantis blocking the chariot. The blood race hegemons surrounding Feng Xiaotian all let out gloating mockery. They naturally knew that Yi Yuan was angry. However, if being angry had a use, then what was cultivation for? In the end, strength still reigned supreme in this world. Without strength, there was only being slaughtered. Regarding their mocking, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, and he slowly arrived in front of Feng Xiaotian. It was only to see Feng Xiaotian having a look of unswerving determination, glaring ahead. If not for that there were no longer any signs of life in his body, Yi Yuan would even think that he was still fighting. Yi Yuan's heart ached, and he opened his mouth and said, "Brother Feng, back then in South Qi Giant City, we joined hands and crushed the blood race. Today, us brothers will fight side by side one last time. We'll let these blood dogs know what's called pain together." Finished saying, Yi Yuan slowly turned around and carried Feng Xiaotian. Fighting spirit rose to the sky. Chapter 3098. Great Reversal. Chapter 3098. Great Reversal. Haha, carrying a dead man, you want to fight side by side? Do you really take us, these hegemons, to be decorations? Yi Yuan, you're joking around using your life. Seeing Yi Yuan carry Feng Xiaotian, Blood Promise mocked. Facing the encirclement of numerous hegemon realms, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation to begin with. Now, he actually even wanted to carry someone while fighting? Was he joking? Being able to kill a hegemon is so impressive. He probably doesn't even know what's his surname anymore, right? The outcome is a foregone conclusion now. Even if he got out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array, so what? He just came out. He probably hasn't even figured out the situation yet, right? Support our read novel full. Calm all around, there was a series of ridicules. Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made them feel extreme shock and confusion, but this did not hinder the overall situation. In this kind of war that was unequaled by contemporaries, any individual's strength was insufficient to change the entire war situation. Even Yi Shui and Mi Tian were unable to influence the war too. A mere Yi Yuan, was there any use in being angry? Since it was useless, then Yi Yuan's way of doing things appeared extremely laughable. Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian, looked at Blood Promise and said, "Brother Feng, you said that this guy is simply a piece of trash, But Heaven One is weak and never had the chance to trample him underfoot all along. Yet, this guy still regards himself as infallible and likes to posture. You've always been nursing a grievance. Today, I'll trample him underfoot together with you, and let him know how trash he is. These words seemed to be said to Feng Xiaotian, but Blood Promise found it extremely grating on the ears. Trash? Like to posture? He was the blood race's genius. Did he not have the capital to posture? Who the hell, I was Feng Xiaotian. Blood Promise's expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, Boy, do you think that by saying a few words you can goad this seat? You're still too inexperienced. This great battle concerns the destiny of all the heavens. How can it be a dispute caused by personal feelings? Since you've walked right into a trap, then you can go and die. In Blood Promise's view, Yi Yuan was goading, triggering him to fight one-on-one. Only in this way would Yi Yuan have a chance to take revenge. But he would not give Yi Yuan this opportunity. Blood Promise raised one hand up. All of the Hegemon realm powerhouses ACCU. Mulat power, awaiting release. Just waiting for his word of command, and it would be a shocking attack. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, there would only be a road that led to death too. Facing the pressure of dozens of hegemons, Yi Yuan appeared especially calm and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, You're right. I indeed want to fight with you. However, I don't need to goad you into action. It was only to see Yi Yuan form seals with both hands. A storm of surging chaos divine essence emerged from his hands. Swaz. Plus the spell was fired into the Extreme Light Pavilion's S.P.A.C. by Yi Yuan with a backhand. Right on the heels of that, the S.P.A.C. started trembling violently. An enormous light door appeared above the void, as if it was some great primitive beast that was awakened by Yi Yuan. Blood Promise's expression changed slightly. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that this kid still had some trump card? But they already fought to this extent. What trump card could Yi Yuan still have? He could not figure it out after racking his brain too. Rumble. Swaz. Plus a monster with a tiger head and human body dashed out of the Extreme Light Pavilion's S.P.A.C., pouncing straight for a blood race hegemon. Immediately after, more and more monsters appeared in everyone's line of sight. Blood Promise's pupils constricted, looking at these monsters with a look of horror. Each of these monsters had the strength of Hegemon realm. Boom, boom, boom. Above the void, a shocking great battle immediately broke out. These monster hegemons, each one of them was intrepid to the extreme, like they were bloodthirsty, pouncing towards the bloodthirsty hegemons frenziedly. There were actually more than 800 of these monster hegemons. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, and he said in a panic, How is this possible? More than 800 Hegemon realm monsters, where did they come from? More than 800 Hegemon realm level bloodthirsty gods of war. What kind of terrifying strength was that? For a moment, countless powerful existences filled the sky, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Their appearance suddenly turned the entire battle situation around. Leave that person to me. Kill the rest. Yi Yuan pointed at Blood Promise and said. The dozens of Hegemon realms that Blood Promise led were virtually crushed into SCRAPS by these 800 Hegemon realm monsters in an instant. They revived non-stop and were continuously killed again. All the way until the end, they were finally unable to revive. Even if it was those peak hegemons, they could not escape this fate too. Being pummeled frenziedly by hundreds of Hegemon realms, no matter how strong they were, it was to no avail too. Furthermore, these monsters all did not fear death and were dauntless to the extreme, their combat power going off the charts. None of them were easy to deal with. However, those monsters did not attack Blood Promise, directly emptying out this region of S.P.A.C. where he was standing. But they completely sealed off this large area of S.P.A.C. S.P.A.C. Blood Promise did not even have the chance to run away. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, a feeling of despair welling up in his heart. Just now, he was still pleased with himself, thinking that he had cornered Yi Yuan. But in a blink it became his certain death scenario. This huge reversal was too crazy. Over 800 Hegemon realm-level monsters instantly rushed out of the battlefield. This kind of impact was seriously too strong and too shocking. In the midst of fierce fighting, Yi Xue's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, These are those monsters that had their bloodlines nurtured? How could they possibly all become Hegemon realm? It was not just Yi Xue. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side was also in extreme shock, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. The appearance of these 800 Hegemon realms made the visual shock even stronger. Clearly, they all did not know that their side actually still had such a horrifying trump card. It's those monsters. Many years ago, they already disappeared. I didn't expect that they were actually forged into a Hegemon realm army by Heavenly Saint Yi. Amazing! Over 800 Hegemon realms, this strength is enough to sweep across all the heavens. With them, we can even fight with the blood race. They were all persecuted by the blood race. That's how they became like this. The blood race also didn't expect that there would be today, right? This is called retribution is great. Originally, these people were all harboring the resolve to make a last-ditch desperate attempt. But who knew that the moment Yi Yuan appeared, it reversed the battle situation and became a one-sided slaughter. Hence, each and every one of them was incomparably invigorated, going all out and launching a major counteroffensive against the blood race army. Roar! A shocking angry roar came over, and a monster with a huge body dashed out of the Extreme Light Pavilion's S.P.A.C. This was the last one. Zhao Yu. The current Zhao Yu, his body was several times larger than before. His entire person's aura became incomparably violent and unbelievably powerful. His appearance made everyone fall into even greater shock. It was because the current Zhao Yu had actually already reached great beyond realm. His appearance pushed the momentum of the entire battlefield to the pinnacle. You go and help Senior Mi Tian. Take Yi Xue down. I'm going to use his blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Brother Feng. Yi Yuan said coldly. Roar! Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, Russ. Hi plus ing toward Yi Xue. Chapter 3099. About on par. Chapter 3099. About on par. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xue directly announced the retreat. Facing such a powerful Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was simply impossible for them to attain victory. It was only to see him attacked with a blood spear. Heaven and earth changed colors, attempting to force Mi Tian back. Mi Tian just smiled coldly and said, wanting to leave isn't so easy. My Tli, Hegemon S.P.A.C. isn't in name only. Spatial origin surged out. The surrounding S.P.A.C. seemed to be frozen and was actually solid as a metal bucket. This spear of Yi Xue's was devoured by endless S.P.A.C. Support our read novel full. Calm. Meanwhile, the surrounding void was completely frozen. Freezing S.P.A.C. did not need the numerous hegemons to take action. Mi Tian's power alone would suffice. Furthermore, with this S.P.A.C. freezing, the power was even stronger than the blood races that time. Yi Xue's expression changed wildly, and at this time, Zhao Yu arrived. Roar! Zhao Yu's enormous body and violent sharp claws appeared unbelievably brutal. This claw seemed like it was going to tear Yi Xue to pieces. Berserk Saint force condensed on the tip of the claw. Places that it said through, even the frozen S.P.A.C. had fissures ripped apart. Yi Xue's expression changed again, long spear swinging horizontally, facing off against Zhao Yu. Boom. Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. But Zhao Yu drew a lone arc in midair and actually flew back again. At the same time, Mi Tian also found an opportunity to attack. Boom. The three people exchanged blows head-on. This time, it was Yi Shui's turn to be sent flying out. Having fought this battle until now, it was his first time being in a disadvantageous position. This also meant that the battle situation had completely turned around. Above the void, three mighty great beyond powerhouses were fighting frenziedly. The energy undulations that exploded made everyone's faces change. This life and death great battle entered the white-hot stage. However, Zhao Yu's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. In terms of strength, he was still significantly worse than these two super powerhouses. But he charged without fear of death, and his berserk combat power made up for this gap. How rich was Mi Tian's combat experience? With him assisting by the side, Yi Shui could only take a beating. In reality, Yi Shui already chose to retreat right away. He knew that nothing could be done anymore. But it was difficult to want to escape from Mi Tian's hands. The blood race powerhouses originally slaughtered everywhere, sweeping through everything. But now it was completely reversed. Mi Tian's spatial freezing, the radius was huge, affecting them as well. Even if these people wanted to run away, there was no chance either. Hence, it actually became a one-sided massacre. The blood race powerhouses were reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian's corpse and walked step by step to Blood Promise. All around were battle cries that shook the heavens. But the two of them seemed to be cut off from the world. Everyone had overlooked them. I really didn't expect that you actually still had such a trump card. These monsters' talents are also just average. How can you possibly turn all of them into hegemon realms? Blood Promise said in confusion. Yi Yuan said coolly, what the Chaos Bloodstone can do, I can naturally do it too. Blood Promise sneered when he heard that and said, just the likes of you, you dared to be placed in the same category as Progenitor too? Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Yuan still said calmly, if your progenitor wasn't apprehensive of me, why would there be a need to put forth such a grand lineup? Blood Promise's expression changed, and he gave a cold snort but did not speak. Yi Yuan continued, their bloodlines had been reformed to begin with. These few years, I devoted myself to researching bloodlines and finally gained something. I completely stimulated their bloodline power. Them breaking through realms is also merely something that happened naturally without extra effort. Reaching the hegemon realm is nothing difficult. Yi Yuan had always been researching how to restore Zhao Yu and the others' appearance and consciousness, but it was very hard. However, he found another path. It was finding a way to continue stimulating their bloodline. Later, Yi Yuan even obtained the Heavenly Tao paintings. He stimulated these people's bloodline power with the Heavenly Tao paintings as a guide, letting them break through to hegemon realm in one stroke. And Zhao Yu's evolution even exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's talent was too good. He who obtained the Heavenly Tao painting could be said to be improving at a tremendous pace. Later, he secretly sent these people into the Extreme Light Pavilion's SPAC. He did not even tell Mi Tian they all. Of course, it was also useless even if he told them. It was only so he could release the seal and let these monsters out. Otherwise, no one could control it. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, do you know what's called overestimating your own ability? Hegemon realm is nothing difficult? These words are just a little conceited when other people say it. But, when it comes out of your mouth, that's ignorant and laughable. You, a divergent cultivator, when you break through, that will be the day that you die. What are you talking about the hegemon realm for? Blood Promise said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, then you just watch how I talk about hegemon realm. Swaz. +4 great bloodlines poured out of Yi Yuan's body wildly, Saint Force exploding. without the slightest flass. Hi+ness Yi Yuan smashed a punch right over. In the next second, Blood Promise still had a look of disdain on his face. But in the next second, his pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "4 great chaos true spirit bloodlines! How is this possible?" The moment Yi Yuan moved, there was shock all over the sky. Even Mi Tian's movements were delayed by a fraction too. Chaos grade bloodline. He actually promoted the 4 great true spirit bloodlines all to chaos grade? Long Jian's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. This is impossible. Chaos grade bloodline is absolutely impossible to reach postnatal. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline is already the limit. But what on earth is going on? The White Tiger clans by Xi similarly had a look of shock. Doesn't this mean that we also have hope of advancing to chaos grade bloodline? The moment Xian Taiqing said these words, everyone trembled all over. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise 3 clans, all had quasi-chaos grade bloodlines appear. Feng Qingxian they all already had high hopes pinned on them. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline, although it was unable to reach the height of innate chaos grade bloodline, without a doubt, the potential was much greater than the others. Even if similarly great beyond realm, Feng Qingxian they all, their strength would also be far stronger than Luan Qinghe they all. But, if one could reach chaos grade bloodline postnatal, that significance was completely different. Now Yi Yuan's eruption had subverted everyone's understanding of bloodline. The power of his punch was so strong. Boom! Facing the front, Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian and smashed a fist fiercely onto Blood Promise's blood-colored S. Hi plus ELD. The blood-colored S. Hi plus ELD rippled. The terrifying power pass said right through. Blood Promise's expression changed wildly. How could an ordinary Emperor Sakra heaven break through the origin defenses of a peak hegemon? Forget about breaking through. It could not even make them tremble a little. The gap between Emperor Sakra heaven and peak hegemon was really far too great until it was hard to make up for. But Yi Yuan directly broke it. The penetrative force of Saint Force was too fearsome. There was no time to think too much. Blood Promise's blood energy surged, and he similarly smashed a punch over. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people exchanged a blow. Bang! The void exploded. The two people flew out backward. Yi Yuan retreated 1,000 steps away before barely managing to stand firm. And because Blood Promise was too hasty, he was directly smashed flying by a punch from Yi Yuan. Then he felt countless powerful auras lock onto him. Blood Promise shuddered and hurriedly stabilized his figure, avoiding those powerful auras. However, his expression was ugly to the extreme. This punch just now, he was about on par with Yi Yuan. Chapter 3100, Illusionary Flowers Burying Gods. Chapter 3100, Illusionary Flowers Burying Gods. So strong. He can actually stand up to a peak hegemon as an equal. This is also too monstrous. Emperor Sakra Heaven versus peak hegemon. This is something unprecedented. If he were to really break through to hegemon realm, how terrific would that be? Most likely, even progenitor won't be able to restrain him too. Practically all of the blood race powerhouses trembled. What this punch broke was the rule since time immemorial, frightening them greatly. The powerful talent and combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited were sufficient to make myriad worlds tremble. Support our read novel full. Calm, he looked at Blood Promise and said coldly, Peak hegemon is nothing more than this too. Now, I'm going to fight side by side with Brother Feng. Do you still have any objections? Blood Promise's face had long already become black as the bottom of a pot. When Yi Yuan piggybacked Feng Xiaotian, it seemed so laughable. No one thought that Yi Yuan could really avenge Feng Xiaotian. It was because the die was already cast. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan produced clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another, directly reversing the battle situation, encircling Blood Promise and turning Blood Promise into a turtle in the jar. Until now, people also did not think that he really had the strength to contend with Blood Promise. After all, Blood Promise was not an ordinary person. He was a blood race's genius, a powerful peak hegemon. The group of peak hegemons was commanded by him. This was sufficient to see his status in his blood race. But Yi Yuan told the world how strong he was with just one punch. Battling hegemons did not need one to be in the hegemon realm at all. Suddenly, Blood Promise's aura changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Do you really think that this is my true strength? Even if you can jump realms and battle, so what? Want to beat me? Be careful that it will cost your own life too." At this point, he no longer harbored any mentality of getting lucky. He already had some realization that this was a certain death situation. It was impossible to make Yi Yuan let him off. A beast at bay would put up a desperate fight. Since that was the case, he naturally had to put up a desperate fight. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, he would have profited too. The current Blood Promise seemingly attained new life. Even his entire person's temperament changed. He was far removed from the SES to begin with, his momentum shocking. It was just that two people appeared in his life, one Feng Xiaotian and one Yi Yuan. This made him become somewhat irritated and somewhat lacking in confidence. But, at the brink of desperation, the hot-bloodedness in his bones was already completely stimulated. Seeing this scene, many people started to worry. This guy wouldn't be playing with fire and burn himself, right? Blood Promise, this guy, isn't someone that's easy to deal with. His combat power that erupts, having all means of retreat be cut off, would definitely be very shocking. When Yang Qing saw this scene, he said rather worriedly. Feng Qingxian bit her lips lightly and said, "This guy just likes to mess around. Victory is clearly within grasp, but he insists on showing off his ability." Yang Qing shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Some things have to be done. If it were me, I'd be the same too." Feng Qingxian frowned, her eyes revealing a look of worry. She indeed did not understand, but she was very worried about Yi Yuan. At present, Yang Qing and Feng Qingxian had already stepped into hegemon realm, their strength extremely formidable. However, under this kind of great battle, their strength was still too weak. At this time, they had all sustained heavy injuries, but they were still killing the enemy courageously. Within a short time, Blood Promise's imposing momentum directly rose to the apex of peak hegemon. He was only half a step away from Supreme Hegemon 2. One blood-colored petal after another spilled over from Blood Promise's body, scattering over heaven and earth. Very soon, countless blood flowers teemed the sky. Swaz. Plus a blood flower floating straight toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan dodged slightly, avoiding the blood flower. Poochie. A gash was actually cut open on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He had clearly just avoided the blood flower but was cut. Poochie. A gash was also cut on Feng Xiaotian's shoulder, fresh blood flowing down. Yi Yuan's heart turned slightly cold. These blood flowers were not simple. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Are you thinking, why would you get injured when you clearly avoided my deburying flower?" Yi Yuan did not answer. Blood Promise seemed to not have the intention of letting him answer too, and continued, "This move is called Illusionary Flowers Burying Gods. It's a divine ability that I comprehended when I broke through to peak hegemon. Even Feng Xiaotian hasn't tried this move before too. This move is derived from my lifetime's comprehension. Experience it well. Yi Yuan, you're going to pay the price for your conceit. If you ordered them to kill me, there wouldn't be the current consequence. Now it's too late. If I'm dying, you'll have to be buried in death with me too." Suddenly, Blood Promise became brutal, and everyone's expression changed. Blood flowers that filled the sky swept over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. Blood Promise said that it was too late. It was because the current Yi Yuan was already completely encircled by God-bearing flowers and could not get out at all. Yi Yuan's expression was unchanging, his figure directly turning into an afterimage, disappearing. Above the void, the sound of sharp knives tearing flesh and blood would come over from time to time. Yang Qing's expression changed drastically, and he said, "Not good, Yi Yuan is in danger. His spatial origin is actually being restrained." Blood flowers that filled the skies danced wildly, giving people a breathtaking feeling. But amidst this stunning beauty, killing intent crisscrossed, making people feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone felt the power of this move. Everyone knew about Yi Yuan's spatial means. But here, Yi Yuan actually did not have the leeway to unleash it. Cloudmount's pupils constricted, and he roared wildly at those bloodline warriors. "What are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill Blood Promise." Among the bloodline warriors, there was already quite a number who had regained their intelligence. It was only to hear a few wild roars. The bloodline warriors made up of hegemons mobilized. Blood Promise's expression changed slightly, but the seals in his hand became even more phantasmagoric. "No need." Amidst the blood flowers came Yi Yuan's cold yell. A figure appeared. When everyone saw Yi Yuan, they could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. The clothes on Yi Yuan's body were sliced into ribbons. Some exposed skin was flayed open and the flesh torn. It was a ghastly sight. Those with sharp eyes could even see that something seemed to be propagating in those flesh and blood, attempting to corrode them. Compared to Yi Yuan, there were actually only a scanty few wounds on the body of Feng Xiaotian, who was behind him. Very clearly, the vast majority of the attacks were blocked by Yi Yuan with his own body. Ha ha! Really loyal to brothers. Feng Xiaotian is merely a dead man. But you'd rather receive the baptism of the God-bearing flower yourself than be willing to let this dead person get injured? How touching! How stupid to the extreme! When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help letting out a wild laugh. Yi Yuan's actions were simply laughable to the extreme in his eyes. Carrying a dead man and saying that he wanted to fight side by side. Now, being in a disadvantageous position, he would rather suffer serious injuries than be willing to let a dead person suffer any bit of harm. Was this called loyalty? This was called stupidity. Yi Yuan looked at him and still said calmly, "How can someone like you understand what genuine brotherhood love is?" Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, "I understand. Of course I understand. The so-called brotherhood love is to set off for the Yellow Springs together. Therefore, you can set off together with Feng Xiaotian. This seat will send you off." A surge of explosive origin suddenly poured out wildly from Blood Promise's body. He was burning his life force. Above the void, the density of the God-bearing flower became extremely terrifying, virtually covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan's entire person was completely submerged. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. Chapter 3101. Heaven Trampling 5-Step. Chapter 3101. Heaven Trampling 5-Step. Countless God-bearing flowers was like a rain of blades, dense until it was impermeable. People could even see that inside that flower rain SPAC was being sliced into strips, being incomparably sharp. Everyone could tell that Yi Yuan was likely fraught with grim possibilities. What to do about this? Heavenly Saint Yi, he actually died just like this? It. Kill Blood Promise and avenge Heavenly Saint Yi. Sponsored by Liberty Mutual. See more support our read novel full. Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's powerhouses all went crazy. First was Feng Xiaotian dying in battle, then it was Yi Yuan being killed. They were already beyond furious. Countless powerhouses roared, charging over toward Blood Promise. Over elsewhere, Ishwe also calculated everything and let out a loud laugh. Me Tian, you calculated everything and also didn't calculate Bloodprami's strength, right? He repeatedly suffered defeat in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, but why was he still put in such an important position by us? However, this seat also didn't expect that Yi Yuan actually took the road to ruin himself. Mi Tian's face revealed a sorrowful expression. He already completely could not feel Yi Yuan's aura. Although he harbored a glimmer of hope in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan was likely fraught with grim possibilities. Sponsored by Airbnb. See more. Indeed, as Yi Shui said, he underestimated Bloodpromise too much. Zhao Yu, let us kill him. Mi Tian gave an angry roar, joining hands with Zhao Yu, Rus. Hi+ing toward Yi Shui frenziedly. Ha ha ha! Looking at the wildly surging God-burying flowers, Bloodpromise let out a delighted laugh. A fool who overestimates his own ability. So what if he broke through to Chaos-grade bloodline? So what if he has Saint Force? So what if he can jump realms and battle? In the end, didn't he still die under this seat's illusionary flowers burying Gods? Yi Yuan, this seat admits that you're very monstrous. But using this seat's life to exchange for your life is worth it. He knew that it would be impossible for him to escape his doom. But at this point, using his life to exchange for Yi Yuan's life, it was really too worth it. Yi Yuan's monstrousness could no longer be described in words. Once Yi Yuan died, all the heavens would no longer have an existence that could pose a threat to Progenitor anymore. Hegemon Samsara and Progenitor Heavenless similarly could not. As long as enough blood ward beads were saved up, Progenitor would be able to come into being and break through the shackles that no one had ever broken through before, transcending the great beyond. Therefore, he was overjoyed. Lord Bloodpromise is mighty. Lord Bloodpromise is our blood race's #1 meritorious official. Far away, the blood race's powerhouses were unbelievably invigorated. Killing Yi Yuan was even more important than winning this great battle. Dong. Just as they were happy, a loud noise came from above the void. The dense God-burying flowers collapsed with a loud bang. Originally, flying flowers drifted, natural and unrestrained. Now, fallen flowers lay strewn all over the footpaths, the sun setting in the west mountain. This sound came too suddenly, resulting in everyone not reacting in time. But, directly scattering the flying flowers all over the sky, this visual effect was too strong. However, this was just the prelude. Fine cracks actually appeared in the surrounding space. The entire void was like a broken mirror, cracks spreading out like cobwebs. Following that, the void trembled. Many Hegemon realm powerhouses actually could not stand firm and fell one after another. Bloodpromise's expression changed drastically, his figure swaying with uncertainty. Suddenly, a formidable force Pennsylvania said through space, directly transmitting onto his body. Pfft! Bloodpromise spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, directly being blasted flying out. He was shocked to the extreme. Until now, he completely did not know where this attack came from. But he knew that this was absolutely Yi Yuan's work. That sound not only interrupted his casting, making the God-burying flowers all over the sky directly crumble, it even seriously injured him. But what on earth did Yi Yuan do? At this point, he actually still had a trump card? The fragmented flowers dissipated. A figure emerged. When everyone saw him, their pupils constricted. Under Yi Yuan's feet, fine cracks spread out. It was actually the center of all the cracks. His body was incomparably tragic, wounds and scars everywhere. However, Yi Yuan's current imposing momentum was powerful to the extreme. This was a kind of momentum like saber momentum or spear momentum, but it was not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's momentum was seemingly going to trample this blue sky to pieces. He was merely an Emperor Sakra Heaven. But, the tyrannical aura that was spilling from his body currently, It actually suppressed me Tian, Yi Shui, and the rest of the great beyond powerhouses. It was as if he was the only sovereign under this stretch of sky. What a strong momentum! I've never thought that momentum could actually be so strong. Could it be that this is his final trump card? Yi Shui's pupils constricted as he said in shock. This move of Yi Yuan's already exceeded his imagination. This move was unparalleled among his contemporaries. Although his cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yi Yuan, it was also impossible for him to unleash such a terrifying move even if he exerted all his strength. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Blood Promise's mouth, and he roared angrily, What move is this? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coldly, Ever since gaining enlightenment on the Heaven volume, I had a new breakthrough in my understanding of heavenly Tao again. Finally, I achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of my lifetime's learning, and created this move. Heaven trampling 5 steps. Just now, it was the first form. Trampling mountains and rivers with 1 step, quiet extermination of all things like the night. Now, I'll let you witness the second form. Trampling the 8 desolates with 2 steps, inverting the universe myriad extinction. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense, his foot slowly raising. His entire person's imposing momentum actually rose to another level on top of the original basis. The firmament quivered. Crack, crack, crack. Terrifying tribulation clouds condensed and formed above the void, seemingly issuing a warning with regards to Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale. Under this imposing momentum, he could not give birth to any desire to resist at all. If Yi Yuan just now was the monarch who overlooked the world proudly, then Yi Yuan now was the emperor who ruled all life. Everything had to submit under his feet. But, seeing the tribulation clouds, Blood Promise seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw. Ha 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 ha! Heaven trampling! Heaven trampling! You're going against heaven and will not be tolerated by heavenly Tao. No matter how strong this move of yours is, so what? Heavenly Tao won't tolerate you. Blood Promise pointed at Yi Yuan and said crazily. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said coolly, I'm a divergent cultivator to begin with. What do I fear going against heaven? If heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, I'll trample this heavenly Tao underfoot. In the next instant, Yi Yuan seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body, stepping down. At this moment, that tiny body of Yi Yuan seemed to be as high as heaven and earth, akin to a celestial deity. Boom! The void trembled heavily. The surrounding S.P.A.C. directly shattered. The void turbulent currents flooded in crazily. Extreme Medicine Sect's mountain pass. S-gates fell apart to pieces under his stomp. Extreme Medicine Sect's various mountain peaks and ranges were leveled to the ground at this instant. The scariest thing was that the terrifying tribulation cloud was actually directly scattered under this stomp of Yi Yuan's. Blood Promise looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, already forgetting his shock. What did he see? That tribulation cloud could easily exterminate a peak hegemon. But, under this stomp of Yi Yuan's, it actually did not even have strength left to retaliate. Could it be that Yi Yuan had already reached a state above heavenly Tao? But very soon, he felt at ease. A force that was even more terrifying than earlier, transmitted over from God knows where. His body was directly reduced to nothingness under this force. Yi Yuan put Feng Xiaotian down, his expression somber as he said, Brother Feng, I've avenged your enmity toward Blood Promise on your behalf. Chapter 3102. Pivotal Point of Life and Death. Chapter 3102. Pivotal Point of Life and Death. Silence all around. Everyone's faces revealed a look of extreme shock. The powerful hegemon Blood Promise was actually directly annihilated under Yi Yuan's stomp. Looking at the Yi Yuan standing in the sky, the blood race powerhouses all felt a shudder, including Yi Shui. In that moment just now, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave people was invincibility, that he could not be defeated. The powerful tribulation cloud actually took the initiative to retreat. It could be seen how terrifying he was. This. What move is this? Why do I feel like heavenly Tao had descended? Sponsored by Spicy. More support our read novel full. Calm, Lord Blood Promise actually died. He didn't even have the chance to revive. What a terrifying move. This move had already said the domain of a divine ability. Most likely, it's simply impossible for great beyond realm ancestors to create it too. Yi Yuan said that this was the strongest move that he created after he achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of what he learned. But the power of this move already exceeded their understanding. Therefore, they were alarmed and scared. Sponsored by Games Up. See more. Heaven Trampling 5 Steps. It was Yi Yuan's epitome work. Visualizing the heaven volume, other people's strengths could all advance by leaps and bounds. Hence, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to march on the spot. As the most important volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, the heaven volume was actually the general interpretation of great Tao. After Yi Yuan visualized it, he had a feeling of suddenly connecting things together. Alchemy Tao, Formation Tao, Sword Tao, as well as his origin Great Taos, everything and everything, all merged together into an organic whole under the heaven volume. Heaven Trampling 5 Steps. It was born in response. Reaching Yi Yuan's current realm, he could already vaguely sense breaking through to Hegemon realm, this pivotal point of life and death. Sponsored by Games Up. See more. This battle was the battle that would determine his fate. The battle with heavenly Tao would be the most terrifying battle in his life. In comparison, Progenitor Bloodstone, Ancestor Heavenless, so on and so forth, they were nothing. And the Heaven Trampling 5 Steps also represented his determination to trample heavenly Tao. This move was unleashed with momentum. It was different from all martial technique. But the power was incredible. However, although the power was great, the sequela was similarly great. Sponsored by EPSONC. More. After using this move, same as the ultimate moves of Qi Shang, Meng Jin, and the rest, his entire person would collapse. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that, after using this move, he could clearly feel the backlash of heavenly Tao. This move was a demonstration of power to heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao possibly be aloof and indifferent? These were just the common tribulation clouds. It was very easy to resolve. But, in the final battle, it would be absolutely impossible to overcome it so easily. Yi Yuan could even feel that the final Tao tribulation was currently brewing. Such as now, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that the Tao tribulation was getting closer and closer. Utilizing this move was inducing the final Tao tribulation. Sponsored by Games Up. See more. If the Tao tribulation descended in advance, with his current strength, he did not have the power to resist at all. Therefore, this move could not be used easily. Using it was tantamount to slow suicide. But, for Feng Xiaotian's sake, Yi Yuan used it without the slightest hesitation. Of course, with Yi Yuan's current strength, it was not enough to take the third step at all, let alone talk about the fifth step. Forcibly taking the steps, without waiting for the Tao tribulation to descend, his own physical body would not be able to withstand it. This move was too brutal. Kill. Leave behind. Yi Yuan yelled angrily. All the general obeyed the order, charging towards the blood race's remnants. For some time, a whirlwind swept away the last clouds. After repeated fierce battles, Yi Shui was already seriously injured. He was burning with anxiety in his heart, wanting to get away. But Mi Tian and Zhao Yu tied him down fiercely. He could not escape at all. Just a moment ago, he never thought that he would actually fall here. But now, he was a little alarmed and frightened in his heart. Yi Yuan's appearance not only let Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven make a great comeback, It even had the intention of completely annihilating the enemies that came to invade. Suddenly, Mi Tian gave a cold laugh and said, "You're scared." During this great battle that lasted for 3 days and nights, Mi Tian was really aggrieved to the extreme. With concern in his heart, he could not unleash his strongest combat power at all. Clearly, Yi Shui had calculated all these. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely erupted the grievance that Accu mulat in his heart for 3 days. Before this, how overweeningly arrogant was Yi Shui. But now, he was like a dog that lost its home. Yi Shui was being entangled by Mi Tian. Zhao Yu's blow struck him hard in the chest. Yi Shui's chest was directly smashed through. However, his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was just that the speed was much slower than before. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. No matter how many times the opponent recovered, Zhao Yu would have the patience to continue destroying him. "You think that you all have won?" Yi Shui smiled coldly as he returned fire. "At least for this battle we've won," Mi Tian said. "You can't imagine Progenitor's strength at all. He's only one last step away from great beyond. Reaching our level of boundary, you should know what that means. Yi Yuan's strength is decent, but just now, you should have sensed something too, right?" Yi Shui smiled coldly. Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps let him feel a kind of throbbing that came from the soul. He had never felt this kind of throbbing before. That was the fury of heavenly Tao. The fury of heavenly Tao was hidden above the 9th heaven. Reaching their level, their perception was naturally not what ordinary people could compare to. The moment these words came out, Mi Tian's expression turned cold. Clearly, he felt it too. "Haha, looks like you've felt it too. Tell me, can he really break through the shackles that no one since ancient antiquity has broken?" Yi Shui was covered all over in blood but said with a wild laugh, "Under heavenly Tao, all are ants. This ancestor also really wants to see just what kind of scale this unprecedented Tao tribulation will be. Heaven trampling 5 steps, whether it will be you trampling on heaven or you being trampled underfoot by heavenly Tao, this ancestor will really be waiting anxiously to see. Mi Tian, even if you kill me, your grand bride Jade complete heaven can't escape the fate of being destroyed too. After Progenitor comes into being, your grand bride Jade complete heaven won't have a single fowl or dog remaining." The current Yi Shui was at the end of his rope, but his words were akin to a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Grand bride Jade complete heaven's powerhouses were shocked. They did not know what Mi Tian and Yi Shui felt, but without a doubt, what Yi Yuan would be facing was an unprecedented great calamity. Mi Tian frowned hard and said in a solemn voice, "You talk too much. You can go and die already. Zhao Yu, do it?" Finished saying, Saint Force surged on the 2 people's bodies, already preparing to launch a shocking blow. But Yi Shui was not afraid and said with a loud laugh, "Come on. Bring it on. My strength will eventually return to Progenitor's body. He'll bring me to watch your grand bride Jade complete heaven be destroyed." Rumble. 2 formidable forces fell with a loud bang. Yi Shui had already given up resisting. He knew that he could not escape anymore. Right at this time, a blood-colored barrier suddenly appeared above the void, completely covering Yi Shui. Boom! The void trembled heavily. That blood-colored barrier was actually as stable as Mount Tai. "Let's go!" A voice came from within the void. Yi Shui was overjoyed when he heard and said, "Many thanks, Progenitor, for saving me. Ha ha ha, Mi Tian, I'll watch you die without a burial ground with my own eyes." Finished saying, he tore apart SPAC and directly escaped. Chapter 3103. Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. Chapter 3103. Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. 1. We won. Really didn't expect that we could actually still survive. Sniff sniff. Heavenly Saint Yi will live for generations to come and be invincible under the heavens. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted in front of the extreme medicine sect's Mountain Pa's gates. This victory that was not easy to come by made many people weep with great joy. Some people fell into wild ecstasy. Sponsored by Rocket Mortgage. See more support our read novel full. Calm, some cried, some laughed, some were inspired, and some were dispirited. A myriad of emotions exploded completely under the joy of surviving a calamity. Yi Yuan looked at them but could not be happy no matter what. This battle was too tragic. Many people that he knew had already perished, their Tao dissipating. He could no longer see their figures, especially Feng Xiaotian. After the wild ecstasy, the people gradually calmed down. Sponsored by Rev Content. See more. Yi Yuan made a hand gesture. The whole place was silent. The current Yi Yuan was already a God-like existence in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan said loudly, Brother Feng's battles shattered the firmament throughout his life, only to protect the Tao in his heart. Although dead, it's glorious. Today, he'll be canonized as a God of war, and a statue will be established here to be admired by all generations. He is everlasting. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang followed the triumph. Their contributions are unparalleled. They will be conferred as the left and right protector celestial deities. Do you all have any objections? Everyone was respectful and said in unison, We have no objections. If someone whose status was second only to Yi Yuan, that was bound to be Feng Xiaotian. Although the God of war was dead, his power and influence did not drop. Feng Xiaotian used his Tao to make everyone admire him endlessly. Sponsored by Purple. See more. Therefore, Yi Yuan conferred him as the God of war. The others did not have any refusal on this. Swaz. Plus 7 streams of flowing light flew out of Yi Yuan's body and landed on the ground with a bang, turning into 7 giant mountains. These 7 enormous mountains were naturally the Myriad Realms Mountains. 7 giant mountains. The heights were different. 3 of them had uneven heights, but the other 4 were the same height. When everyone saw the situation, they were uncertain about this, but then they heard Yi Yuan speaking. He said, From now on, the Myriad Realms Mountain will have the name changed to Chaos Heavenly Spirit List, divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, these 4 lists. They will be situated here forever. I'll engrave the fallen souls on it, recording their contributions for people to pay homage to them. From now on, those who rendered great contributions to Grand Bride Jade Complete Heaven can all get on the list and be wars. Paid by everyone. Those who offend the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List will be exterminated. Sponsored by Feeding America. See more. Finish saying, Yi Yuan took a drop of fresh blood from Feng Xiaotian's body and flew to the highest peak. Swaz. Plus swaz. Plus swaz. Plus sword intent crisscrossed. Yi Yuan engraved Feng Xiaotian's name on the highest level of the heaven list. Feng Xiaotian, these 3 large gilded characters, appeared in the most eye-catching position very soon. These 3 words actually had a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if Feng Xiaotian had revived on the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. Sponsored by Liberty Mutual. See more. Following that, Yi Yuan engraved Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang's names on the heaven list. Yi Yuan was very patient, carving one name after another on the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. These people were all people that he had once known. But now, they were already separated by life and death. The reason why Yi Yuan took this action was that he was inspired by the Extreme Light Pavilion. Yi Yuan valued relations. PS. He did not hope for these heroic spirits, who shed their blood and laid down their lives, to be forgotten by people along with time. Therefore, he would rather abandon the Myriad Realms Mountain, this Chaos Heavenly treasure that had just been successfully refined. He had to do something. Yi Yuan's engraved very seriously. Each stroke and each line, they showed his seriousness. Everyone looked at him with respectful faces. Many people's faces had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The names that Yi Yuan engraved, many of them were comrades who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with them. When the names were engraved, it was as if they felt that that person had not gone far away yet. But what shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan actually knew so many people. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high, he possessed a paramount position in grand bright jade complete heaven. Even those whose strength reached hegemon realm might not be able to enter his eyes too. They naturally would not extravagantly hope that Yi Yuan could remember their names. But only at this time did they understand that Yi Yuan was actually very familiar with everyone. It was as if he was enumerating his family's valuables. I really didn't expect that Heavenly Saint Yi is actually so observant about the feelings of the Ma. Ccs. Wan. Ji Dong and Li Xian and the few of us, we were just very unremarkable few people who followed Heavenly Saint Yi in the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Didn't expect that he actually remembered us all. In terms of contributions, no one's contribution is greater than Heavenly Saint Yi's. But he abandoned a chaos heavenly treasure and actually gave all the credit to others. He really is a man of great talent and virtue. Take care, brothers. You guys rest assured. Your father definitely won't taint everyone's awe-inspiring reputations. I only hope that one day, your father can enter the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list too. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, everyone felt inexplicably touched. Nearly 10,000 people entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace together with Yi Yuan back then. Those who stood out among the rest and stepped into hegemon realm were just the minority after all. But they did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even remembered those unremarkable people clearly. This sort of thing, they believed that no leader in the 33 heavens could do this. What did this show? This showed that Yi Yuan would not look down on anyone. The achievements of a general were built on the dead bodies of countless soldiers. To the leaders, those weaklings were only the stepping stones on their path to corroborate their Tao. No leader would take them seriously. This was unless you were outstanding enough. But Yi Yuan was different. He treated everyone equally. Whether or not you were outstanding or mediocre, he would not look down on you. These names were clear proof. Forget about others. Just talking about Mi Tian, could he even name the Dragon Clan's Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses? Impossible. To Mi Tian, the level difference for Emperor Sakura Heaven was too great. Mi Tian arrived next to Cloudmount and said with a sigh, "This boy, how does he not make people be ground to pieces for his sake? Following him, there will be no regrets in death too. I think that Feng Xiaotian thinks so too, right?" Cloudmount nodded his head seriously and said, "What this old man is proudest of in this life is accepting this disciple. Lord Mi Tian, what on earth did you sense just now?" Mi Tian's expression flickered and he said with a sigh, "Heavenly Tao's hidden anger. Yi Yuan's tribulation of hegemon will likely surpass everyone's imaginations. Although he's monstrous, but what Mi Tian did not say caused Cloudmount's expression to become very ugly. Very clearly, Mi Tian was very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was able to kill the peak hegemon blood promise with the heaven-trampling 5-step. It could be seen how monstrous he was. But, even such a person like Yi Yuan, Mi Tian did not find it optimistic. What did this mean? Cloudmount said worriedly, "What in the world will happen?" Mi Tian shook his head and said, "The more one reaches my level of realm, the more one feels that heavenly Tao is fleeting and ephemeral. Yi Shui and I merely sense something, that's all. Just how his tribulation of hegemon will be like, body knows. This is because there has never been a divergent cultivator who has achieved Yi Yuan's strength. Even heaven is envious of his strength. However, the hidden anger of Heavenly Tao struck deep terror into me. If Heavenly Tao punishes me, I'm afraid that I won't have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan's tribulation of hegemon is likely fraught with grim possibilities." Cloudmount's heart sank to rock bottom. This piece of news was really terrible. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus Yuan was still carving names with each stroke and line. But, from far away, Zhuo Buffan's pupils constricted. He felt that the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed.